Well, good morning and welcome to City Hall. We're going to get started with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Rabbi Goldman is here to lead us in the invocation. He'll make his way to the microphone. Afterwards, I'll ask Councilwoman Salyer if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. But for right now, would everyone please stand?
Almighty God, creator of all the members of this august body, the City Council, convene here to fulfill one of the 7 commandments which you first issued to Adam at the time of his creation, and then reissued to Noah and his sons after the great flood, the commandment to govern by just laws. At the dawn of civilization, as related in the holy biblical book of Genesis and its sacred commentaries, you issued the following 7 universal laws, which came to be known as the 7 Noahide laws: to worship you alone and not to serve idols, never to blaspheme your holy name, not to murder, the value of life cannot be measured, not to commit adultery, incest, or any other aberration, not to steal, lie, or cheat, to respect the property of others, not to be cruel to any living creature, and that every society governed by just laws which are based in the recognition and acknowledgement of you, O God, as the sovereign ruler of all humanity and nations. Almighty God, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Chabad Rebbe, whose 116th birthday we celebrate this April 7th, Nisan 11, taught us all to recognize and give thanks to you for this historic, benevolent, and gracious nation built upon the noble foundation of religious freedom. And so, we seek your help and grace, Almighty God, that we may continue to live as one nation under your sovereignty and thereby always remain truly indivisible. May it be your will, dear Father and sustainer of all, that our Mayor, Mick Cornett, and the entire City Council succeed in health and prosperity and with a deep sense of moral clarity to be a beacon of hope, freedom, and compassion. Today, as our City Council members meet to consider which policies and laws will best suit our growing city's needs, please bless and guide them. Bestow upon them your wisdom, that they choose well and exercise the discretion you gave them properly. Let the work be met with success so that the citizens of this great city are able to go about their daily business without unnecessary obstacles, but also without harming others. Let them remember that in serving the public, they are also serving you. May the pleasantness of the Lord our God be upon us and make all of our endeavors successful. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have several ceremonial opportunities this morning. The first is to draw attention to April 2017 as Litter Blitz for the city of Oklahoma City. I know we have some people here from Oklahoma City Beautiful. Terry Trashosaurus is here. Mother Earth is here. Come on up. As we're getting set, we have a proclamation. I'll ask the clerk to read it.
Whereas litter is a critical factor in our city's economic health, and a clean city reduces taxpayers' costs to remove the litter and attract new businesses. Whereas Oklahoma City Beautiful and the City of Oklahoma City are teaming up for Litter Blitz 2017. Litter Blitz 2017 is an effort to clean up area neighborhoods, parks, streets, and businesses to help beautify Oklahoma City. Whereas neighborhood, civic, church, and business groups can register their teams to pick up litter on a date they choose. Each team will receive a packet with free trash bags, gloves, and tips for a safe and successful cleanup. Last year, over 12,000 volunteers participated in the community cleanup, and over 171,000 pounds of trash was collected from our public places. Now therefore, Mick Cornett, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of April 2017 as Litter Blitz 2017 in Oklahoma City, and he urges all citizens to help combat litter in the parks, schools, neighborhoods, and other locations throughout our community.
Let's show our appreciation to Oklahoma City Beautiful and the Litter Blitz 2017 campaign. Those numbers truly are remarkable. Last year, 12,000 people in Oklahoma City volunteered to get out in the public spaces, and they picked up 171,000 pounds of trash. And Oklahoma City Beautiful is a wonderful organization to help organize all of this. So if you have a Cub Scout group or a neighborhood association, really any group of any size, they will help coordinate. They will give you the tools that you need, the information, and they'll make it as easy as possible. And it really can make a large difference. Can you imagine that 171,000 pounds of trash still being out there on our streets? So in Oklahoma, we have a little bit of wind, if you hadn't noticed this time of year. Sometimes we think we have to work a little bit harder to keep the city clean. But I also want to remind you, and you're probably the same way, at least once a week, some visitor from out of town will say, your city is so clean. And every time they say that, I think of Oklahoma City Beautiful and how far they've come to help us make Oklahoma City a better place to live and a more inviting place for visitors to come. And so I know I've left out a lot, and so that's why you're here, to kind of help fill in all the gaps and all the messaging that I've just been doing.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. I think you pretty well covered it, actually. You know us pretty well.
Well,
so.
say it again.
I'm Kristen. I'm the program director here at OKC Beautiful, and we are a local environmental beautification and education nonprofit, and I'm joined here by a couple of our board members, Miss Cynthia Brindley, or more affectionately known as Mother Earth. Ellen Spiropoulos is our board president, and then we have Terry Trashosaurus here, who is helping us make trash a thing of the past. So every year we organize hundreds of groups and thousands of volunteers to pick up litter in the streets. We have everybody from elementary age students, we have senior living centers, businesses, neighborhoods, and everyone in between to help us get out there and pick up the litter. We've been picking up litter for 50 years. We're celebrating our 50th anniversary in 2018, and Litter Blitz has been happening as an official program for the 17th annual year this year. And we're very grateful to the City of Oklahoma City for their partnership on this program every year. They're a big supporter to us in helping get the word out and helping us make this program a success. So thanks to you guys, and thanks for having us here.
Thank you. Let's show our appreciation one more time. Thank you. Thanks very much. And contact information. If somebody watching at home or in the audience here would like to know how they can contact and get their group included, what should they do?
Okay, you can call us at 525-8822, or you can go on our website at okcbeautiful.com under our Litter Blitz tab. You can sign up right there, and I'll reach out to you to get everything set up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I know they're going to respond. Thank you all. Thank you very much. All right, next up on our list, it's National Poetry Month. And Trina, come on up. Patty, come on up. I was going to invite you. We have a proclamation that reminds us the importance of poetry. And these two inspiring people have been coming to our city council meetings every year and generally reminding us of the importance of that. And you know, there's always another generation coming onto the scene, and they don't receive as much poetry education as perhaps we did when we were going through our schools. So always a good reminder to tell young people about the fun of poetry, the history of poetry, and these two enthusiasts here to help remind us. And we have a proclamation that we prepared for you too, and we'll ask the clerk to read it.
Whereas the Academy of American Poets established the month of April as National Poetry Month in 1996. Whereas National Poetry Month seeks to highlight the extraordinary legacy and ongoing achievement of American poets, introduce Americans to the pleasures and benefits of reading poetry, brings poetry and poets to the public in immediate and innovative ways, and makes poetry an important part of our children's education. Whereas National Poetry Month, under the leadership and direction of the Academy of American Poets, is now the largest literary celebration in the world. Poetry enhances and enriches the lives of all Americans. Whereas poetry is an essential part of the arts and humanities, affects every aspect of life in America today, including education, the economy, and community pride and development. Whereas poetry has produced some of the nation's leading creative artists and has inspired other artists in fields such as music, theater, film, dance, and the visual arts. Now therefore, Mick Cornett, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of April 2017 as National Poetry Month, and he calls upon public officials, educators, librarians, and all the people of Oklahoma City to observe this month to celebrate the cultural riches our community has to offer and to recognize the important role poetry has in creating and sustaining this great nation with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs.
And Patty, I know you're the local president. Do you have a favorite poem?
I do, as a matter of fact. And no. Oh my goodness, I don't know. I learned this in high school when it's Little Boy Blue, and it's not the one you're thinking of. I knew somebody'd laugh, thank you. The little toy dog is covered with rust, but sturdy and staunch he stands. No. The little toy soldier is covered with dust, but sturdy and staunch he stands. The little toy soldier is red with rust, and his musket molds in his hand. Time was when the little toy dog was new and the soldier passing fair, and that was the time when our little boy Blue kissed them and put them there. Now don't you go till I come, he said, and don't you make any noise. And toddling off to his trundle bed, he thought of his pretty toys. And while he was sleeping, an angel fair took our little boy Blue. Oh, the years are many and the years are long, but the little toy friends are true. I faithful to little boy Blue they stand, each in the same old place, awaiting the touch of a little hand and the smile of a little face. And they wonder as waiting the long years through in the dust of that little room, what has happened to our little boy Blue since he kissed them and put them there. Can't believe you had me do that.
I promise the rest of our visitors no pop quiz when they get up here. Okay. But thank you. Now she's not going to come back next year when it's Poetry Month. Okay. All right. Okay. You'll have a new poem next year for us. All right. Open Streets, Oklahoma City. I know we have some people from the health department. And is there anyone here from the Energy? I know they're getting ready to play. Well, come on up. Yeah, y'all join us here. The Energy have their first game this weekend, right? Next weekend. Okay. But it's all part of Open Streets OKC, and it's fairly new, but they have had a few events and they've attracted tens of thousands of people. And we have a proclamation to remind us of the importance of getting out and being healthy, and I'll ask the clerk to read it.
Whereas the City of Oklahoma City has prioritized the health and well-being of all its residents. Whereas active transportation promotes healthier residents with closer ties to their community. The more residents who choose active transportation, the greater impact we can have on halting the rise of obesity rates. Whereas Open Streets OKC reclaims part of a busy street for a few hours for non-motorized activity. Everyone is invited to celebrate the recreational fun and meet local business owners as they walk, bike, skate, or board within the festive atmosphere of the Uptown and Paseo business districts. Whereas Oklahoma City County Health Department and its partners are hosting Open Streets OKC from noon to 4 p.m. on April 2nd on Northwest 23rd Street from Northwestern to North Robinson, North Walker Avenue from Northwest 23rd Street to Northwest 28th Street, and Paseo from Northwest 28th Street to Northwest 30th Street. Now therefore, Mick Cornett, the mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim April 2nd, 2017 as Open Streets OKC Day.
Let's show our appreciation to the County Health Department. And so, in general, what this is we're trying to remind people the pleasure of being outside on a nice spring day. And so we're closing down 23rd Street and then closing down the streets run all the way up into the Paseo district. Just shake your head if I get anything wrong here, because I don't want tens of thousands of people going to the wrong street. Yeah, and I know you've done one in 23rd Street before, and we did one in South Oklahoma City, and they've been enormously successful. But it's a good time to take your kids, your grandkids out. There's lots to do. There's things to eat. But the one of the best parts about it is you're intended to walk the route of it. So we encourage people to walk, so get outside and start healthy exercise patterns as well. And
Yes.
we have the best county health department anywhere.
Thank you. Like Mayor said, my name's Carrie Bloomert. I'm with the City County Health Department, and this is our 4th year doing open streets on 23rd Street. And these are my friends with Prodigal, and we have partnered up with them to help us manage this event because it's gotten a little too big for us, which is a good problem. Last year on 23rd Street, we estimate we had about 35,000 people show up, which is about the size of the town I grew up in. So up and down the route, all of our partner agencies provide activities, things to get people moving. So we will have 75 different activities for kids and families to come do. We will also have food trucks. We have about 30 food trucks this year, and we ask every food truck a part of the event to provide at least one healthy option on their menu that day. So some of them have to get a little creative. But we are really excited about this event. It just brings a lot of good energy to the city. It shows people Uptown 23rd District, which is a growing, really cool business district, as well as the Paseo Arts District. So this Sunday, noon to 4.
And the Oklahoma Energy, which is also under the guidance of Prodigal, when's the first game?
Our we played our first game last Saturday in Kansas City. We play on the road again this Saturday at Colorado Springs. The home opener is April 8th at Taft Stadium. Awesome. Thank you.
Let's show our appreciation to the Energy and the Health Department. Thanks very much. All right, open streets this weekend. All right, it's also our opportunity to honor a teacher for Teacher of the Month. So, Tina, come on up. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of teachers in the Oklahoma City metro area, and it's hard to choose one. So when we do, you can bet she's an extraordinary person. I got to know Tina a little bit this morning as we gathered before the council meeting. She comes to us from Broken Bow, where she was a first-grade teacher and a kindergarten teacher and then a librarian, and she now works at Brink Middle School in the Moore School District. So we have a resolution to honor her this morning as our Teacher of the Month. I'll ask the clerk to read it.
Whereas Tina Clinton has been named Teacher of the Month for March 2017 by the Moore Public Schools and the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. Whereas Tina earned her Bachelor of Science degree in elementary education at Southeastern Oklahoma State University in 1992, a Master's of Education for Library Media Specialist in 2002, and is currently working toward a Master of Education in Educational Administration. Whereas Tina has been a library media specialist at Brink Junior High in the Moore Public Schools since 2009. She previously spent 11 years with Broken Bow Public Schools in many positions, which included teaching kindergarten, first grade, 7th grade science. She was a band assistant and a 5th grade teacher assistant. Tina has taken on several leadership roles for Moore Public Schools, including secondary library media department head, leading quarterly district meetings, and Brink Site Tech, holding staff development sessions on technology issues. Whereas Tina has conducted professional development sessions for teachers, presentations to the Parent-Teacher Student Association, meetings with parents add to Learning Success, the PALS program, to assist parents with their child's learning, and mentoring sessions for student-teacher interns. Whereas Tina believes that teaching is one of the greatest professions and that one of the greatest things she can do as a teacher to strengthen education is to show respect for the career path she has chosen. Tina considers that it is a reward each day to be able to make a difference in a student's life and enable their lives to be changed for the better. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Tina Clinton on her selection as the March 2017 Teacher of the Month by Moore Public Schools and the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Let's hear it for our Teacher of the Month. And this actually has to be voted on, Tina, so this may not be the most controversial vote we have this morning. Could I have a motion and a second? All right, cast your votes. Oh, look at that. It's unanimous. Congratulations. You bet.
I want to thank the City of Oklahoma City and for Brink Junior High for giving me the opportunity to do what I love to do and to be a teacher. Thank you very much.
We love our teachers, so please take that word back and thank your students for loaning us to you today. All right. And now comes one of the more unpleasant aspects of our job. We're going to have to say goodbye to one of our favorite council people. So, Pete, come on down. We have a resolution prepared. Pete White can probably fill in the details, but Pete has served the Oklahoma City Council for 2 different stints. He was back here in the 1980s, then took a break, and then came back 8 years ago and has served diligently for 2 more terms. I can't think of another person who has given more of their life to city government, especially this city, than Pete White. And so we do hate to see him go, and we're not exactly sure why he's decided that he should step down. But I'm guessing it's time. Is that basically the motion? All right. So we have a resolution. I'll ask the clerk to read it, and then listen carefully. I mean, this is a remarkable life that Pete White has conducted, and his experiences of giving back to the community, I think, are a model that a lot of people could emulate.
Whereas Councilman Pete White was born in Blackwell, Oklahoma, and moved to South Oklahoma City in 1941, and he has lived in Ward 4 ever since. Whereas he graduated from Southeast High School, served in the U.S. Army and Army Reserve from 1957 until 1963, including 2 tours of active duty, earned an undergraduate degree in business administration from the University of Central Oklahoma, and graduated from Oklahoma City University School of Law in 1972. Whereas Councilman White has been active in a wide variety of public service activities over the past 4 decades, serving on the Oklahoma City Planning Commission from 1980 to 82. He was first elected to the City Council in 1982 to fill the vacated Ward 4 seat, and was reelected in 1985 to a full term. In early 2005, he finished out the departing member's term at the bequest of the council and was then elected to full terms in April 2005, 2009, and 2013. Whereas Councilman White currently serves as chairman of the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust, a post he previously held from 1984 to 89. He also serves on the City Council Finance Committee, Social Services Committee, and the Judiciary Committee. In 1985, he was the first chairman of the newly formed Oklahoma City Riverfront Redevelopment Authority, serving until 1989, and served on and chaired the Oklahoma City Convention and Tourism Commission from 1985 to 1987. Whereas beyond his municipal service, Pete White is currently the chairman of the Association of Central Oklahoma Governments, it's ACOG, and was appointed by Governor Brad Henry to the state's Air Quality Advisory Council in 2009 for a 7-year term. Councilman White has mixed service to the community with his great love for sports by serving as vice chairman and chairman of the Sooner State Games from 1982 to 1997, and was a member of the Oklahoma City All Sports Association from 1985 to 1997. Whereas he was inducted into the Comstar class of 2009 at Tinker Air Force Base and was selected as the South Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce Citizen of the Year for 2015. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Pete White for his many years of dedicated service to the citizens of Ward 4 and the City of Oklahoma City, and they wish him all the best.
Let's show our appreciation. And I realize now that it's a little premature because we haven't voted on this resolution yet. Yeah, Pete may be the only one that votes against it. We have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, cast your votes. All right, it's unanimous. Pete, I hope you'll share a few words with us. I know we could all learn from your experiences.
Wisdom may be questionable, but experience is certainly, I've had a lot of that. I would tell you, serving on Oklahoma City Council has been one of the high points. First, the real high point is right here in the front row, my wife Lynn. And But my service on the city council has been rewarding to me in ways that it's difficult for me to express. I spent some time out there this morning talking to people, and I realized that, and I write a little invitation every Wednesday. I write an invitation to come to lunch with me at Grill on the Hill, and all of you are invited if you want to come. It's not an invitation only kind of a thing. But I've tried over the last month or so since I decided not to run to thank the specific people on the staff. And about 2 weeks ago, I realized that if I don't pick up the pace of thanking people, I do 3 or 4 a week, and if I don't pick up the pace, I'll be doing this time next year, because there are so many people that have served this city that what they do is unheralded. Nobody knows what they do. They fly under the radar, and they do their job so well that we never even realize they're doing it. But this city runs with people like Bob Teener that are quiet and get their job done. Now I've mentioned one. Now I'll be here until next July. I've mentioned all the rest of them. I'm not going to mention anymore. But I did hear something this morning that I want to repeat to you. Nancy Anthony told me that when her husband's grandfather held ceremonies for retiring C.R. Anthony employees, he left them with the admonition that your work's not over until you're dead. And I think that I'm going to try to follow that, Nancy. I appreciate that. I'm not sure that was intended for me, but as close to being dead as I am, it may be a short trip, but I plan on remaining relevant if possible. And what this city means to me is I can't put it into words. I mean, a couple of former councilmen are here. I appreciate it. I do have one other thing to say. When I looked out this crowd, I thought, gosh, all these people are here to see me. And then I realized the hottest contested zoning case of the year is coming up. So it probably doesn't have anything to do with me at all. So, anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We have one more. Hold on a second. John Johnson's here from ACOG.
Okay.
There he is.
Yeah, right there.
He has shared generously not only in Oklahoma City, but throughout the region in ACOG, which is an association of Central Oklahoma governments. We've been working with Pete. Come on up, John. You can turn around and face the camera there.
Our board has adopted a resolution of appreciation, and I would like to express our thanks to the mayor and the council for lending us Pete White to serve on our board. He's certainly been a steady hand and an important experience that we need for the region. I will spare you the whereases on the page because we've heard those, and get to the last paragraph, which says that the ACOG board expresses its deep appreciation and gratitude to Councilman Pete White for his outstanding service to the Central Oklahoma region, making this metropolitan community a better place to live, work, and play. Thank you, Pete White.
Well, thanks again. I said I wasn't going to introduce people. I see Jerry Stewart here, president of Oklahoma City Community College, and David Prater here, the district attorney. Two of my heroes, two people that really give time and do the right thing and consistently are working for the betterment of this community. And I appreciate you both being here today.
Thanks, Pete. Let's show our appreciation.
Mayor, can we say a few words?
Absolutely. Jump in.
Well, first of all, it's going to be a tremendous loss with Pete no longer being a part of the council. And I know we have 5, maybe 6 wards that touch parts of South Oklahoma City, but you just can't replace the person who has grown up in South Oklahoma City, living there since 1941, and in particular, Ward 4 since 1941. It's hard to explain for those who have not grown up in South Oklahoma City what it's like. It's a unique part of Oklahoma City, and I know we try to downplay the distinction between parts of the city, but there's still a section and a part of those who do grow up in South Oklahoma City. And we always wonder, whenever anybody runs for city council, what their true intentions are. Pete has certainly demonstrated he had nothing but concern for the city, and he's demonstrated that over the 18 years, I believe, on the council. He certainly sets a great standard for the rest of us to follow, and again, you'll be greatly missed, Pete. But we do appreciate all the years that you've worked for the city, and in particular, Ward 4 and all of South Oklahoma City. Thank you, Pete.
Anybody else like to say anything?
In looking at your bio today, I did not know that you were born in Blackwell. I did not know that you lived in Ward 4 since 1941. And so I guess I'd say I offer my condolences to the citizens of Blackwell because they never had your great leadership. But I would say to the residents of Ward 4, you have been blessed. You have been blessed with great leadership through Pete White. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Pete, I'm not sure I can do this without a tear, so I'm going to be very fast. But you've been an unbelievably generous mentor to me from the day I stepped foot on this council. We met each other prior to that during a bit of your hiatus. I think I have this memory I think I shared with you yesterday of you being in the library at my house when a young man named Mick Hornet came talking about running for your very first election, Mick. And
Yeah.
Pete was serving as a consultant, political consultant, and giving us some advice. But we haven't always agreed on everything that's happened around this horseshoe, but you've done it with great style, and I'm extremely grateful for your friendship.
All right. Yeah, Larry?
Yeah. Pete, it's been a pleasure and an honor to serve next to you, and may God bless you during the remaining years that you have, and may you follow through with Nancy's challenge to keep active and keep moving forward. The folks in South Oklahoma City, as well as Oklahoma City, need your continued leadership. God bless you, and have a great retirement.
All right. Yeah, Kenny?
And I just wanted to say I've been working with Pete since the mid-1980s. It's been a great privilege and always a pleasure. And he's just as steady behind the scenes as he is on the horseshoe. Pete, thank you.
Yeah. John?
Pete, I'm definitely going to miss you. I'm going to miss all your long sermons from the horseshoe. And I say that because every time that Councilman White talks, he talks with passion. And I, as a younger elected official, I admire that, that someone who has the passion and the energy and the commitment to serve the people of Southeast Oklahoma City, South portion of Southwest Oklahoma City. I'm going to miss that. Now that you won't be able to give your sermons, I'm pretty sure Dr. Shadid will give some of your sermons in your absence, and then I'll pick up some of it. But again, it's been a pleasure to serve with you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. I'll just say, Pete has a tendency to says what he thinks, even when I wish he wouldn't. And there's been a time or two when you could tell Pete it was weighing on him. He needed to say something on behalf of somebody, or he just felt like we couldn't move on until something was said on this particular issue, regardless of how the vote had turned out. And so, Pete, I always admired you, and I think that's something to pass along. A lot of times we talk about what information should you tell a young child, and I know one piece of advice is to look people in the eye and tell them what you think. And Pete's done that ever since I've known him. So, Pete, congratulations, and I'm glad to hear that there's still more to come. We just don't necessarily know in what manner it will be, but we'll all look forward to it. All right. We're on item 3 of the council agenda.
Could I make just one?
Yeah, sure. They can't stop you now.
One more. I mean, I so much appreciate the comments that my fellow council members have made. I've repeated this before. I want to say it one more time. My very favorite thing that's been said to me since I've been on council, I started with Oklahoma City in 1979 as a planning commission. I've been around a long, long time and had a lot of comments made to me. But on my 75th birthday, Mayor Cornett sent me a birthday card, and it said, "Pete, I appreciate all," and then he marks out the word "all," and he says, "most of what you do." And I have, not only does that represent how I feel about Mick, and I hope that he feels about me, it represents the way I feel about good government. That's the way good government ought to work. The only person that's ever going to agree with you all the time is you. And so if you can't stand your position not being advocated, you need to run for office. Otherwise, you need to accept the fact that once in a while there's going to be differences between people. And good government comes from resolving those differences. And I hope I've been a part of that. Thank you.
You have. All right, we're on item 3 of the council agenda. One, a notification. David Greenwell will take over as vice mayor. His 6-month period will begin on April 11th. John, it's been good to have you in that role. And we also have an appointment to vote on, item 3D, so I'll need a motion for that. All right, and I'll take that motion. I guess that's the only one we haven't voted on, isn't it? Okay, motion to second. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 4 of the council is the Journal of Council Proceedings. Item 4A is to receive the journal for March 14th, and item 4B is to approve the journal for February 28th. All right, we have a motion and a second on the journal. Any comments or questions here? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. And item 5 is request for uncontested continuances.
Mayor, outside of the one that's listed, there's just a couple this morning. Starting on page 11, under item 7W, that item will need to be stricken. There's an error in it. It'll be redocketed for the April 11th meeting. Moving to page 27, under item 9K1, item C, 1120 Southwest 16th Street. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. And under item 9L1, 1120 Southwest 16th Street, needs to be stricken. Again, the owner has secured. And then under claims for denial, on page 29, item 9T1D. 9T1D should be stricken. Will be placed on the next docket.
All right, any other requests for uncontested continuances? All right, item 6 is revocable permits. And we will start with a request from the American Heart Association to hold the Heart Walk on April 8th. And Jody Osborne, I think she's in the room. Yeah, come on up. Morning, Jody. We'll need your name and address for the record, please. Jody Osborne. Can you pull that microphone around in front of you there? Thank you.
Jody Osborne, American Heart Association, 3401 Northwest 63rd Street, Suite 200, Oklahoma City, 73116.
All right, tell us about the Heart Walk.
All right, well, the Heart Walk will be held Saturday, April 8th. We're kicking off at Chickasaw Bricktown Ballpark, as we've done in past years. We've changed the route a little this year, but the city has been very helpful in helping us find a new route with all the construction going on, so we think it's going to be great. All the activities and the booths open at 8 a.m. The walk itself starts at 9:30. We have a 3-mile route, and then we also have a 1-mile route, which is really good for our survivors of heart disease and stroke. So we invite everyone to come out, bring your kids, bring your dogs on leashes. It's fun for the whole community.
Wonderful. This will be in Ward 6 and 7, so how about a motion from that end? All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Next, we have a permit from the Arts Council to hold the Festival of the Arts. I saw Peter earlier. He's coming up. The Arts Festival, as you know, is one of our best known and of all of our annual events, and it's a great time to invite your family and friends from other parts of the country to come into Oklahoma City and see everything we have to offer. Peter, tell us about the 2017 event.
Well, thank you so much for having us this morning, Mayor. The annual Festival of the Arts this year is in its 51st year, and we're so excited to be back in Bicentennial Park for the second year. We moved, of course, out of the Myriad Gardens 2 years ago, and want to remind everyone that we are here at Bicentennial Park. And I'm so excited about that after City Council that day on April the 25th, you'll be able to just walk right out the door and come right up onto the stage and welcome us all into the Arts Festival. And that's really thrilling for us. Of course, we want to also invite everyone on the council to come to the officials' luncheon that happens right after opening ceremonies on April the 25th. Like I said, the event's been around for 51 years. We're so excited about that history with our city.
And give us an example of how many people come to the Festival of the Arts on an annual basis.
On a beautiful day when the sun is shining, we'll have over 100,000 people there every single day. And it's just a wonderful area. By the way, in Bicentennial Park, the surrounding area, there's parking lots just all over the place. Yeah. And then the new lot that's right beside us on the south side of City Hall is a wonderful lot, it's 10 stories tall, and very easy to find parking in this location. People seem to really enjoy the event moving over here last year. We simply couldn't do it without the incredible support of the city of Oklahoma City, and we're very, very grateful for that. Literally every department, as I was listening to Councilman White speak, it's so true, the unheralded individuals in so many departments that work tirelessly to help make each of these events that we do in Oklahoma City just seamless and make it seem so easy. But there's a lot of hard work that goes behind that, and we just want you all to know how much we really respect that and appreciate that.
4 weeks from today is when it starts, April 25th to April 30th. Still time to let your family and friends from other parts of the state or country know that it's a great time to visit Oklahoma City and see all the work that Peter and his volunteers do and the artists that come in from all parts of the country to make it a great event. So thanks, Peter.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Need a motion? Second. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 6C is a permit request from the National Multiple Sclerosis Society to hold the Walk MS of Central Oklahoma. Is there anyone here representing this effort? All right, well, it's in Ward 6 and 7. How about a motion? All right, cast your votes. That passes unanimously. That again will be April 22nd, and it'll take place on Sheridan downtown. Item 6D is a request from the Plaza District to hold Live on the Plaza, which they do the second Friday of each month. Good morning. Yeah, we'll need your name and address for the record.
Kayla Lewis, 1624 North Blackwelder, Apartment I, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73106.
All right, tell us about Live on the Plaza.
Live on the Plaza is the Plaza District's monthly second Friday art walk. We've been going for about 9 years now and still drawing crowds between 1,500 and 5,000 during the summer months. We feature nonprofits each month, and starting from April through October, we have an artist market as well as food trucks and various programming activities.
Sounds like fun. How many people do you have out on a Friday night during Live on the Plaza?
In the summer months, we hope for around 5,000. In the winter, a little bit less, 1,000 to 1,500.
I have attended a handful of times. It's great fun, and it's just so nice to see so many people out and about in a part of the city where you might not have felt safe 10 or 20 years ago, and today it's flourishing through the results of the work of so many people, including the owners of the Plaza District and all the businesses that have located there.
Mayor, I
It's
think
in
there
Ward
are
6.
14 new businesses that opened just over the course of last year.
Yes.
Slew of new restaurants, all new shopping opportunities. It's a wonderful adventure for people to come see. I'd move approval.
All right, motion and a second. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks and good luck. All right, item 6E is a request with the University of Oklahoma's Community Health Alliance to hold the OU-CHA Health Dash, and that'll be on April 1st. And let's see, is anybody here for that event? Yeah, that's you? Okay, come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning. We'll need your name and address for the
Zainab
record.
Shakir, 6316 Norham Court.
All right, tell us how far you all are going to dash.
So we are organizing our 8th annual Community Health Alliance Health Dash. It's part of our affiliation with the Good Shepherd Clinic. All the proceeds from the Health Dash will benefit Good Shepherd Clinic. It's going to start at 9 a.m. There's a 1-mile fun run, and then after that we have a 5K, a 10K, and a 10K relay. And all of those will take place simultaneously at 9:30 to 12.
All right, and what can people do if they'd like to be a part of it?
Well, we have volunteers signing up right now within the OU student body to help coordinate the runners and to help lead the race. We also have volunteers helping out, handing out T-shirts, water bottles, etc. for the people participating. And then, of course, the best way to get involved is to actually be a runner, whether that's for the 1-mile fun run or for the longer runs.
All right, and how can people find out about it?
So we have flyers that our publicity liaisons will be passing out around the Bricktown area and also around 23rd Street.
All right. Well, it sounds like a great event, and that'll be April 1st. We'll need a motion. All right, second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thanks. Good luck. All right. We'll recess the council meeting, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. Is there a motion on the MFA? All right. We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions?
Mayor, we do have a presentation this morning regarding the radio system and the financing for the radio system. And so Shad Melvin's going to start, and he's going to be followed up by Craig Freeman.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Chad Meldrum, IT Director. We don't often have IT projects, but this one is a big one, so we want to do a brief presentation to tell you how we got to where we are here today. So next slide, please. So a background, brief background on the radio system. In 1994, at that point in time, we had 35 systems used around the city. They were analog. There was congestion. Police and fire weren't able to communicate with each other, so there were many issues that we said we need to go review this. So, and then of course in 1995 with the bombing, that just made that a higher priority. So we hired a consultant at that point in time, and they made a recommendation of what we need to do with the radio systems back then. So in March 2000, with the police and fire equipment sales tax, defined a project for 800 megahertz trunk radio system that was recommended by the consultant. Then in January 2002, following an RFP process, a contract was approved by council with MACOM, which became Harris, to build and implement the existing EDAC system, which is what we use today. January 2006 is when that system went live. Next slide, please. So the current radio system, today the system supports about 6,000 radios. About 500 of those are for interop with different agencies. So there's about 5,500 or so that are in use by different agencies. So users of the system, of course, the biggest are police and fire, so they can intercommunicate. Other departments within the city, utilities, municipal court, public works, airports, Embark, development services, park, zoo, et cetera, even going into SMG with Chesapeake Arena. So once the system was in place, several jurisdictions wanted to come on our system, not just for interop. So City of Bethany, Mustang, War Acres, Yukon, Oklahoma City Community College, Putnam City Schools, and most recently the Oklahoma City Housing Authority are all part of our system now. We also have interop with just about anybody within the metro area, including the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, so we could talk to them when needed. Next, right there. So one of the drivers for the new system is a new standard adopted by the federal government. That's called Project 25, or you'll hear it referred to as P25. That was developed in part by APCO, the Association of Public Safety Communication Officers. It enables communication with other agencies and mutual aid response teams in emergencies. So the big thing with P25 is it set a standard for radio systems rather than these different vendors having their proprietary systems. That was big with the New Orleans and Katrina and all that, a driver to get to where agency's radio would work on different systems. So the federal government adopted P25. They didn't really set a date for it, but once they adopted it, and manufacturers went away from their proprietary systems and on the P25 standard systems. So because of that, in the beginning with the phase out of non-P25 systems, in about 2010, Harris issued a notice that they were planning end of life for the EDAC system. It was in about 2012 when we actually started receiving dates. So in 2012, we knew that in approximately 5 to 7 years, we would need to be switched off the EDAC system onto a P25 system. So in 2014, in response to city RFP for ongoing services support, Harris was contracted to continue EDAC support, and we knew at that point in time that we would have support at least through 2019 with that support contract. And the radio system's been within our 5-year forecast and something we've had out there for a long time. So we knew this was coming. We didn't really know the dates, and it's amazing to think back in 2000 and 2012 when 2017 seemed so far off that we're actually here now. So the new radio system, what we did is we hired a consultant. So in December 2014, through an RFP process, we awarded a contract to TUSA Consulting Services to help us with several items. So the first was to conduct an assessment of our current radio system. We did have some issues in the far northeast Oklahoma City with coverage that we need to have addressed and have them look at that. Develop a conceptual design and estimated budget for a replacement system, so we knew what kind of. We had done some internal estimates on cost figures, but we needed something more firm to know what we were looking at. Assist the city in developing an open request for proposal to acquire a new system based on P25 standards. Assist us in evaluating and recommending the best proposal, and then assist the city in review of the contract documents with the successful vendor. And then last, once we select the contract, is assist with project management as needed and then validation of the system. Next. So going into system review and RFP development, so TUSA went through a conceptual design and estimated budget for a replacement system. So they did recommend to improve coverage in northeast Oklahoma City to add a tower out there, so Fire Station 4 becomes a perfect location to add that tower. Their estimated cost was $540,000 to add that tower. Their estimates based on, helping other places around the city acquire systems that through a competitive bidding process, we were looking in the range of about $14.25 million for our system. So developing the RFP, TUSA drafted P25 specs for us to work with, and then we went through internal review and worked with TUSA to gear that towards our specific needs within the city. So the final RFP was approved by TUSA, and then the city's Public Safety Steering Committee, which is made up of public safety departments that are review of the public safety equipment sales tax. So, and then that came to council on April 8th to be released for proposals. I would note there also, knowing we're in the RFP process and knowing that other jurisdictions were, going through the same thing, we conducted a meeting in approximately March of 2015. It was kind of almost like a town hall for people on radio systems to let them know what we were planning on doing and try to get some feedback on what they might be looking at to look for opportunities to do some things together. We know that Norman has been kind of paralleling our process with their replacement of their radio system, but other than the people that were already on our system, we didn't get a whole lot of feedback of people wanting to join. But as we go through time, we think that'll increase. But we did do our homework to see if anybody else was interested in doing something with us. So next, proposal evaluation and selection. So we conducted, after the April 8th release, we conducted a mandatory pre-proposal conference, and that was held on May 11th. 5 primary vendors attended. We took them around all the radio sites and answered a lot of questions for them at that point in time about what we were looking at. Through BidSync, the technical question period was open through June 30th, so we received and answered a lot of questions through there. So on July 26th was a date to receive proposals, and we received 1 proposal. After that, even though it was 1 proposal, we went through and conducted a normal process of a full evaluation of that proposal. So we brought together an evaluation team consisting of city manager's office, police, fire, finance, IT, and TUSA Consulting to evaluate that proposal. It was scored in the following areas: responsiveness to the goals and other specific requirements, feasibility and timeliness of the proposed work plan, quality and technical analysis of the proposed solution, the proposed project team from them, organizational structure, experience, and success in projects, similar size and content, and proposed project cost. Next slide. So then getting to contract negotiations, everything from what they proposed looked really good and met the requirements. So on December 22nd, we came to council to ask for authorization to negotiate with Harris on the P25 system. I'll note also that this RFP did not include replacement of actual radios, which we had been working through with police and fire, because since we went live in 2006, they have about a 7-year end of life, so we'd gone through replacing those radios, which started in about 2013. What we did do is we were buying radios that worked both on EDAX and would work on P25, so when we did make the switch, those radios would still work. So after this contract, we will do a request for bid, and that's so we can get pricing agreements with vendors. Lots of vendors are able to provide P25 compatible radios. So that should occur maybe in mid to late 2018 once we get closer to the go live of this system. So the proposed agreement and their proposal and agreement and contract meets the requirements contemplated by the conceptual design and RFP, and the cost came in below the estimate from TUSA. So the base price for the system is $12.7 million, and then we have contingency in there for things we may want to add at $400,000. So the contract today will be for $13.1 million. Also, the new tower is recommended, and we will do that as a separate process through the public safety equipment sales tax, and that'll be a project managed by Public Works, and that'll be at $500,000 to build the tower out at Fire Station 4. And I'll note Norman also. They approved their contract 2 weeks ago, so they are paralleling us just by chance. So they have also selected Harris for their system. And I'll turn it over now to Greg Freeman to talk about financing.
All right. So basically with this system, one of the things we ran into is one of the issues that we're going to ask you to approve today is a lease purchase. Typically with this, Shad talked about the fact that the last time we purchased the system, we did it with the public safety capital tax, the sales tax that we had to support public safety systems. And this time, the timing of the project actually fell between a time where we'd have other funding sources potentially available, like the GO bond authorization, or between the time that we might have a sales tax initiative available. So what we wanted to do was structure a plan that would allow us to finance this over a term where we could spread the cost of ownership to other jurisdictions that are participating as well as to our own departments. We did look, and there were a few departments that had the ability with their funding, airports, Embark, Fire, and Zoo had the ability with their funding to be able to pay up front. So we included that in the structure. So it's a $13.1 million lease purchase. $2.7 million will be the first payment that we make in June, kind of like a balloon payment at the front of that. We'll make that payment initially. That'll lower our interest costs long-term over the life. And then it's structured so that the rest of the entities, whether it's within the city, the departments within the city, or other jurisdictions participating, will pay both for the services as well as for the ownership cost over a 15-year period. The estimate is that we'll have about $2.1 million in interest over the life, but we did include a call feature in this lease purchase so that we have the ability, if other funding becomes available that would allow us to pay that off early, then we would have the ability to do it. So just to create some more flexibility in there. Right now, the estimate is that we'll have $103,000 that will be paid annually from other jurisdictions, $764,000 from city operating funds. This does put some pressure on the operating funds, so if we do have the ability with another funding source to be able to pay this down later, we'd sure like to do that to take that pressure off the operating funds. And if other jurisdictions come in and want to participate later on, we have that generally happen periodically. They'll have issues with their radio system or they need to upgrade. If they want to come in and participate, we'll reallocate that and respread those costs so that they're also paying for a part of the ownership. It would then reduce the cost of those that are in right now. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, questions for Craig? All right, thank you. All right, I'll note that the radios issue is part of the MFA, and that other cities are involved in that process. Any other comments or questions on the MFA from the council before we vote? We already have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Thanks, guys. All right, we'll adjourn the OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. It's like there are 6 items here. Is there a motion? Move the items. All right, we have a motion and a second on the PPA. Any comments or questions here? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCPPA, convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust. Just 4 items here. All right, we have a motion and a second. We're voting on the EAT. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCEAT and reconvene the council meeting with the consent docket. All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any individual considerations on the consent docket?
AO and AP, please.
AO and AC?
P like Peter.
Okay, AP. All right.
And Jim, are we doing a park presentation?
We are doing a park presentation on item BB.
BB, okay. That was on my list.
All right. Ed, do you want to do the park presentation first before we speak? Okay.
Great. Gavin McMillan is here this morning with Hargraves, our consultant, to give us a presentation. This is a large step. This is the MAPS 3 Park. It's going out to bid. This will be the last step as it goes out to bid, and we'll be opening bids out in early May. Kevin?
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Mr. Mayor, council members, it's my pleasure and honor to be here today to present to you the final plans and specs for the upper park. Just keep in mind there's always a lower park in the Corridor Shore plan. This is the upper park. My president, Mary Margaret Jones, was here last week to go through the park subcommittee and the MAPS advisory board. And it's my pleasure to be in front of you today just to walk you through the park because it's been a long road and just to refresh where we were and where we're going to. There we go. The park itself, the upper park, 36 acres, if you recall, between Robertson and Hudson, underneath the boulevard. It has 15 distinct areas, and this park will be truly transformative for the city. We heard a little bit this morning about the ability to live, work, and play in the city, and this will add to that immensely for when the park opens, but for generations to come as well. So I'm going to go through a little bit about the site, the buildings, the architecture in it, some of the alternates that we have to go out to bid, and finally the cost estimate and our next steps. The park itself, as you know, is part of the entire MAPS program, and the most important word we can think about is synergy. So the park is working together with the other improvements, which includes the streetcar around it, the convention center, the hotel, and some of the street improvements as well. So all of these things are working together and create a fantastic synergy for those projects themselves, but will spur other projects in private development around the park, we hope, as well. So here you can see hovering over the lake in the park, looking at the oval, looking at the convention center, hotel, and the idea of building on Myriad Botanic Gardens and extending it down. So here we're hovering back over downtown and looking over the park, the upper park in the foreground, the lower park in the background. Some amazing areas. The upper park has the oval, so this is a large area for just kicking a ball around, flying a kite, but also bigger events where the entire city can come and gather and celebrate. The boulevard has a garden with it, associated with it, which feels more like an extension of Myriad Botanic Gardens. It has a cafe that fronts the street, but you can view into the park itself. Here's the cafe walking across the boulevard as kind of a gateway. Sitting underneath the cafe, this will be a manned operation selling hot food as well as drinks for everyone to use. The woodland, which is our largest landscape area that weaves its way all the way through the park, features Oklahoma native plants, which would be fantastic to walk along the trail both day and night. Standing up on the hill, we're looking south now, so we're looking at the lake with Union Station in the background, which features largely in the park. The lake itself is you can actually boat on the lake, and there's a bridge, 240 feet long bridge that'll go across the lake, which will be a great wedding photograph place, I'm sure, in the future as well. The promenade, which extends from north to south, is part of the core to shore connection and will go through the lower park as well. But it's lit at night and has all the features along it. So doing this walk or roller skating, as the illustration shows there, or just riding a bike is going to be one of the things to do in the city. Along the way, there's many things to do, including an interactive fountain, where kids will be drawn to. You can see Skydance Bridge in the background. An amazing adventure playground, which will be for all ages of kids, which has the feeling extends through the woodland forest as well. Along the lake, there's a boathouse, which would be a great place to grab a drink and some food and look at the lake and people coming and going on the boats as well. Here sitting underneath the porch, looking at the lake, back to Union Station and Skydance Bridge in the background. Union Station itself is still the best potential for long-term renovation. We only are touching a little part of it, but we do hope in the future it will be a great venue as well that can be added onto the park. And speaking of venues, we've been working hand in hand with Myriad Botanic Gardens. We've been doing parks for 30 years. This one, we've had the most interaction with the operator from day one. This usually only happens after a park opens. So we're very confident that the additions we've made and the tweaks we've made to the park will help the operation of the park, but also the park to contribute to its own upkeep in generating revenue. So some of the features, we have the cafe and the boathouses. The Oval itself is a great venue area. We had a little bit about food trucks as well. That can be along Robinson, but renting the picnic grove, some of the lawn areas, a large park pavilion. I'll show you a little slide later about that. and Union Station as well. So there's great potential here for the operator. We've looked at the Oval in several ways, working with not only Myriad, but some of the event organizers in the city and outside the city, using the Oval for small events, medium-sized events, and large events, and be able to quarter off and manage this in a particular way. And if there was ever an arts festival type event that came to the park, it too can accommodate this in the future. So it has great flexibility in being able to hold events in the park. We've looked very carefully at the furniture, making sure that people are comfortable here. There's a balance of furniture, both off the shelf and custom throughout the park, and some in shade and some in sun as well for winter. The park is about plants, and particularly with Myriad Botanic Gardens. We have over 900 trees. We have a couple of hundred different species featuring Oklahoma natives as well. And I'll just quickly run through some of these. The Boulevard Garden, it's a fantastic area. Everything is under 4 feet high, so kids and people will be able to walk through it. It plays on color and scent and sound that plants make. It's very interactive in terms of planting, and throughout the year there'll be something to look at through this garden and each of the segments as we go through, as the color changes throughout the year. So fantastic opportunity there. Throughout the Woodlands, we have these special gardens that we call lenses. Some pop up, some go down, some are actually treating the water before it goes into the lake, making sure the lake is in good shape. So there's features in that, and each one of these has a different botanic theme as well. So it's magical actually walking through the woodland area and seeing all these different plants and ecotypes throughout the area. And Union Station itself, we are going to landscape in front of it and around it. And again, the idea of playing on scent and touch and the colors is important. The woodland itself is mostly grasses, sun and shade, which has the accent with the lens gardens. Way up next to Skydance Bridge, we have a grass garden that's going to blow in the wind, so recall the prairie grasses of Oklahoma. And let's look at the buildings quickly. We have 6 different buildings throughout the park. They're a small component of the total park area, but they are an important feature. The cafe is basically the welcoming building as it addresses the boulevard as you cross the road. And the cafe has a vertical element, so we were actually balancing Union Station, the tower on Union Station, with the cafe at one end of the other. So we're basically bookmarking the park at nighttime. It's a beautiful little building. We've worked with Myriad to make sure, and operators to make sure this is as flexible as we can go. But it has indoor seating, outdoor seating, and actually a water feature for cooling in summer as well. So the fit-out has been actually finessed over the last 6 months, and it's turned out very well. The stage is our performance area. It's a stage that actually works both ways. It can front the big oval, but for a smaller event with speakers, it can actually face the boulevard. So it actually works both ways. It also holds public restrooms inside of it for make it convenient for park users to use. So it's actually 2 levels inside for extra storage for larger events, and there you can see the restrooms inside, and the mezzanine level for operations. So it will make an absolutely fantastic event. The boathouse, about 2,500 square feet. Again, it has public restrooms in it as well. This is more grab and go type of food with outdoor seating, and also can be rented out for parties and events as well. It also has a concessions window, so you can rent a boat here or a bicycle to ride around the park. The Play Pavilion is a pavilion that addresses the playground. It too has restrooms for families, but has a lot of shade area for the programs that Myriad runs with the kids. So we expect a lot of environmental education and gardening education to happen here as well. So it's mostly all about shade and convenience. The Event Pavilion, this is one of the things that we added along the way. Myriad thought that having this big shaded roof will help their ability to run more events and generate revenue for the park. Specifically, skating, roller skating. Apparently Oklahoma City is the bastion of roller skating for outdoor activity around the country. So it's a big shaded area. Again, it has restrooms and also a staff office as well. So all of these buildings have a staff presence, which helps in security and safety throughout the park. So yeah, it's basically a large roof with the smaller building at the side there. And finally, Union Station. I said we were only touching this lightly. Working with the city and Myriad, we have a security control room in the end of the building. So the city webcam security system actually gets tied back to the building here, and also an office for Myriad to run as well. Okay, so we've been refining in the last 6 months the set. We have over 570 sheets. I don't know how many trees have gone into the printing of this, but we'll offset it by the amount of trees we put back in the park. So we're ready to go out to bid. We have generated a cost estimate. We have a base estimate, and we have a series of bid alternates to run on top of that. So it gives a lot of flexibility in the future, depending on what the market's doing, and also depending on the funding stream as well. So there's plenty of options there to choose from. Some of our challenges along the way has been acquisition costs. So they've been a little higher than expected, a little more for site preparation and utility work. And as I said before, working with the operator has been fantastic, and the things that we've added along the way will help generate revenue to offset the cost of running the park. So the bid alternates, I'll just quickly run through these just to get a flavor, because these will come back to you after the bids close. We have 8 of them. One is some features of the playground we can actually separate out. Number 2 is also, let me run through these. So number 1 is one of the playground lenses. So this makes the playground a lot better, and it caters for a different age group, older kids. Same with the climbing wall as well. That's an alternate. We have shaded trellises that happen on the side of Robinson, so there's some shade there while we wait for the trees to grow and provide that. We have some function areas. We have 2 what we call garden rooms that Myriad believe this will be fantastic for helping hire out for weddings and hold weddings in the park. So we have one in the south, and we also have one in the north. The event pavilion itself was an add-on along the way, given the advice from Myriad. So that's an add alternate. And we also have the fountain, which is the entire thing at the moment is grass in the base bid, but we are hopeful that we can get a good price on this as we go out to market. Number 8 is Union Station. The landscape in front of it is also an add alternate in case we don't get control of the full area in front of Union Station. And next steps. So this is where we are today. We went through subcommittee and advisory board last week, and thank you very much to all those who served on the committee and the board. It's been an amazing journey, and we're very excited to be in front of you today. With your blessing, we hope to go out to bid tomorrow. Bids will be closing on May the 2nd, and then back to subcommittee on May the 24th, advisory board on the 25th of May, and back in front of you on June the 6th, and a work order on June the 7th, and we can start construction. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you have.
Great. All right, questions? I think we're all anxious, for the park to take place, and I'll remind people that, unlike a lot of the MAPS projects, the park is never really completed. You reserve the space, you add some amenities with the assumption that each generation will redesign and reinvent it for themselves. We have most of the MAPS projects, at some point it'll have a useful life expectancy, and some future generation will likely replace it with something else. But a park is a little different. It's just evolving, and this is only the first iteration. But a groundbreaking this summer sounds fantastic. I think we're all looking forward to being there in June when that takes place. Please thank the team for us. I know it's been several years in the making, and of course our subcommittee and advisory board have been very involved in the process too.
Thank you.
We're excited. All right, is that the only presentation in the consent docket? Yes, sir. All right, Ed, you want to talk about AO and AP?
Brent, can you explain what, on AO, that almost $500,000 for the 701 Hudson project, what, is that for financing or to?
It's to provide infrastructure improvements. That location where the project is located, the sloping, it has significant flooding there. They're having to raise the building. They're working on the $450,000 that we're allocating to them will help them put in additional inlets, provide additional infrastructure through sidewalks, ADA compliant stuff, and they're actually having to relocate because of where they're trying to build the building, relocate the traffic signal.
Okay.
So there's a significant amount of work that they have to do.
This says assistance in development financing, so it's
Yes.
so it's actually infrastructure improvement?
Yes, it'll be, the plan is for them to put in the infrastructure. Once they complete the project, we'll reimburse them for their investment in the project.
I guess I'm struck by the number of people who are impacted by these two different allocations. AP, $1.5 million to the City County Health Department, goes to a wellness center in Ward 4 on Southwest 67th and Walker, would help tens of thousands of people. Here, these are 11 super, super high expensive luxury condos, only 11 in downtown. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say it's not just for the wealthiest 1% among us, but the wealthiest 0.1% among us. You have 600,000 people in Oklahoma City. Are there more than 600 people looking to spend almost $400 a square foot, $585,000 for a $1,500 condo? It's a very, very limited number of people that we are prioritizing. I mean, the project plan says that we're basing these allocations based on priorities. And I guess I'm having trouble understanding how this would rise to the top of our priority list. I think you and Kathy are so intelligent, have so much experience, and I just think that our talents maybe in some ways are being wasted a little bit. I mean, if we could direct, I hope that the GEO bond has an affordable housing component. I hope that your talents allow us to do maybe more meaningful projects that impact more people than just 11 super wealthy individuals looking for this type of investment. Thanks.
Let's see, Pete, you want to talk about AC?
Yeah, I just want to mention it briefly. AC is something that's coming down the track from the Water Utilities Trust. We've been asked to look at the municipalization of all the facilities at Tinker. It's a big deal. And I think you'll see more about it as we go forward. Historically, Oklahoma City has provided some municipal services to Tinker basically by request. I think we do some water there now. We've been involved in their sewer concerns in the past. But this would be a takeover of their entire operation. It's a big deal. I mean, it's lots of sewer line, lots of water lines, a big expansion for the system. I think it speaks well for what the management of the Water Trust has been under Marcia and now with Chris. They've done I see Chris was here, he's here, still here. I don't think there are any questions about it, but I just want to bring it to your attention because it'll be coming back later for more different approvals. But it's not a small thing that the federal government asked us to take over that municipal system, and we've been at it now for about a year trying to get ready to do it. I just want to be sure everybody knew that.
All right. Anybody else want to talk about the consent docket? All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Yeah, we can vote for that. So we have a motion and a second. I'll consider that to exclude AO. All right, now cast your votes on the docket except for AO. It passes unanimously. Someone want to make a motion on AO? Is there a second? All right, cast your votes on AO, and it passes 8-1. Puts us on to the concurrence docket.
I'll move those items subject to individual consideration.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the concurrence? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Moves us on to item 9. These items require a separate vote for each item. We start with a series of zoning cases. The first is in Ward 7 at 2221 Northeast 122nd Street. It's currently a planned unit development, and it would be a new PUD if approved. I know we have several people that have signed up to speak. We are willing to hear from all of you. A couple of the parameters that are set up, though, we will ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And if at some point you were going to say something that somebody else says, if you would like at that point to not speak, all you have to do is just say so, and we'll move on to the next person. All right, Lori Paraglia.
Point of order. Are you following the list that we turned in, sir?
I'll follow the list that I've been handed in.
I would just like to ask you, since the first...
You're going to have to step to the microphone.
Not yet.
You're going to have to step to the microphone so we can hear you. The people at home can't hear you.
The point of order.
My name is Porter Davis. I'm the president of the Oaks Owners Association. The point of order is this, that we have people who have been working on this development for many, many months, having purchased the land in August. The homeowners have been blindsided and found out 25 days ago what was going on, and the people who are going to show you their development ought to show the development first, and then let us protest what they show, number one. And number two, we have organized opposition, just like they have an organized presentation they're going to make. And we have a list that I turned in when I signed up to speak today. And we would appreciate if you would let us make an organized presentation of what we have so that we can do the best job before the council pleading our case on such short notice.
I think we'll do it my way, but thanks, Porter. All right, Lori Paraglia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Lori, we'll need your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Lori Paralia, and G is silent. Home address is 13009 Cali Drive, Oklahoma City, 73131. Thank you all for allowing us to take some time to spend on this rather important issue and proposal that's before you today. Title 11, Section 43-103 of the Oklahoma statutes requires all municipalities to formulate and implement and follow a comprehensive plan. As you are probably all aware, that's state law. And subsection 8 of that states that the regulations shall be made with reasonable consideration. Everything within that statute is shall. It's not may, it's shall. So we, in 2015, adopted, we being the Planning Commission and City Council, for Oklahoma City, you guys adopted the, a new plan, OKC, a new comprehensive plan that set forth guidelines to be followed that is 422 pages of how to work together, work with a common vision, and accommodate everyone. All of that's within the executive summary of that. Also within the executive summary is the 7 big ideas, one of those being to ensure stable, safe, attractive, and vibrant neighborhoods, which clearly this proposal is not going to do. Also, one of those is to develop efficiently to achieve fiscal sustainability and improve our quality of life. For those of us that are within the close neighborhoods of 122nd and Eastern and the Kilpatrick Turnpike, it's not going to improve our quality of life. Also within one of those big ideas is to preserve the rural character and natural resources. Again, we're talking about 110 acres that it's no longer going to be 110 acres of a bunch of trees, a bunch of forestry, stuff like that. It's going to be completely taken over.
We're out of time, but if you want to wrap it up, I'll allow you a few extra seconds.
If you go through all of the sustain OKC, excuse me, the green OKC, all of those different initiatives within this 422 pages, what this proposal does, it is in direct violation of a lot of those. And I believe that it is in contradiction to what the state law is, that you guys have a duty to follow this plan and implement this plan. And we've been blindsided by this, completely blindsided.
All right, Lori, thank you for coming down. Randall Coles. Good morning, Randall, and we'll your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Randall Coles, 13124 Red Cedar Circle, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73131. I'd like to state a couple things. One, I'm a business owner in the entertainment business, Epic Paintball Park. I'm also a homeowner in Oaks 3. I'd want to touch on a couple bases. Could you pass this on? You'll notice on those pictures, that shows the state of Eastern Avenue. It is in pretty bad shape. I don't know if you can put it up on the board or not. Also, 122nd dead ends at Eastern Avenue. It is, I believe, a 2-lane road. Part of the issue we're going to have is a big theater such as the Warren. If they put in strip malls, maybe a small, medium-sized Quail Springs mall there, there's going to be a lot of traffic. We're talking anywhere from a minimum of 250,000 to 1 million cars a year, depending upon the theater sizes. Where we live, if you look on the map that's up there, we're right on the other side of the highway. What happens when Star Wars 8 gets released and all those hundreds of cars have to go north or south? Most people aren't probably going to go back all the way to I-35. They're going to want to either get on the turnpike, or if you're trying to bring in business from Edmond, they'll be going right by our residential zone. It is already difficult to get in and out of our place. Are you going to put up a stoplight at our entrance so we can get in and out? Are you going to put up stoplights there? Are you going to improve the roads? Are you going to ease some of the traffic at that intersection by extending 122nd to Kelly? You're talking a lot of expense to Oklahoma City. We're also talking a lot of traffic and also inconveniencing a lot of people. You can pass this around. Give you a size perspective. That is a scale drawing of Quail Springs Mall on top of that addition. Quail Springs Mall is the same size as that PUD. I don't want to live catty-corner to Quail Springs Mall. I don't want my residential exit to become Penn and Memorial Road. That is not going to be fun. That was going to be a housing addition with large houses, very nice, low traffic. There's other alternatives for a Warren Theater. There are land owned by Oklahoma City that can be leased off 122nd on the northeast corner of 122nd and Western Avenue down the street from Top Golf. They could put a Warren Theater there. It's a commercial area, wouldn't impact all of us.
Randall, we're out of time. Anything else you'd like to say? All right, thanks. Galen Stupik? Morning, Galen.
Good morning.
We'll need your name and address for the record, please.
Galen Stupik, 13608 Thompson Road, Edmond, Oklahoma, 73013. I live in the Fran Haven addition, which is right along Memorial Road. I'm a farm girl from Nebraska, got transplanted here by the Air Force. I'm used to brown dirt, and every time we'd move, it was my goal to make our place a little bit better every time we move. And I have to say, this is my second stay here in Oklahoma. I always thought of it as a football team, not as a place to live, and that red dirt has thrown me for a loop ever since I've been here. We lived on the other side of Edmond in 73013 when we lived here last time. When we moved here, we rented because there was no way I was going to live here that long. We were scheduled to live here for 2 years. We lived here for 4. My husband took me out of here kicking and screaming. I love the people of Oklahoma, but I was not going to move back here because you didn't have any trees. So when we got the opportunity to move back, we looked for property with trees. I've lived there for 6 years now. It looks like we're going to be there for a good long time. I have no intention of moving back to Nebraska, even though I love it there and everybody I know lives there as family. My primary concern with this project is I avoid the turnpike and I avoid I-35. Again, I'm a small town girl. So I go to the back roads. I spend a lot of time on Bryant, a lot of time on Eastern and 122nd. My church is at Britton and Broadway. I go back that way a lot because it reminds me of home. I love it there. I did not realize until this project landed on my doorstep why I have the challenges that I do growing plants in my property. I have almost complete sand. If you come to my house, it's like a beach without the water, and it's red. The other challenge I have is that I've discovered that Oklahoma City kind of looks at Memorial Road as an afterthought. Every housing area on the south side of Memorial is the drainage ditch. Water runs off of Memorial Road into my yard. When I first moved there, I was trying to figure out how to put some screening on the north end of my property, and it has been almost impossible to get help from the city. You're draining into my yard, and then you tax me on my water bill for water runoff, which I don't even get to take advantage of because I'm on well and septic. So I purify my own water. Y'all don't do it for me, but you charge me for it anyway. So I use Coltrane Road an awful lot. With the heavy rains, we have issues already with just the large houses that have gone in to flood out neighbors along Coltrane because of the runoff. My concern with this project is finding out that we are part of an ancient forest system. It's called Cross Timbers. Plan OKC has tackled this project before. The reason there's trees there is not a mistake. Some of these trees are old, and the size of the tree doesn't necessarily indicate how old the tree is. My request would be, and I think the developers have given some, in their plans, have given some thought to this. The Chickasaws, when they were forced off of their ground and forced to come into this desolate land of red dirt, chose the Cross Timbers area because it reminded them of home, as close to home as possible.
Ghislaine, we're out of time.
Okay. My recommendation is for the infrastructure to be put together, and the professor of biology at UCO made the Cross Timbers ecosystem his PhD project. He has a letter here that I would like to submit to all of you.
Thank you. And as she's passing that out, okay, Kim Adkins, Ghislaine, thank you. Good morning. Kim, we'll need your name and address for the record.
Kim Adkins, 1705 Deep Creek Road, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73131. As a concerned resident, we recently moved to the Oaks 3 area. We've invested our time and our dollars into our neighborhood. We selected this neighborhood based off of its rural feeling, easy access, light traffic, and more importantly, trees.
Where do you live, Kim?
I live in the Oaks 3.
Okay, which one is that?
It is
it on the map there?
We're just north of the Kilpatrick.
Okay.
And then we're actually the first street in. And we liked this area so much that we convinced a very good friend of ours to buy the very first house. It's on the southwest corner. It's literally the back area.
Okay.
This proposed development obviously is a backyard for them. They have a 1-year-old, and again, it's It's concerning, basically, having a Warren Theater next to us. I think that the biggest concern, and you'll hear it over and over again, is traffic. Again, specifically not commercial traffic, but it's late-night traffic. It also is proposed to be late-night traffic where there is access to alcohol. So again, when we look at the proposed street, the only way to really get out of there is to use Eastern, because 122nd doesn't go through, and so you're really trying to funnel the entire subsect of this theater complex in congested amounts of time. So when a movie gets out, it kind of is all crazy in that component, and you're funneling them down on one specific area, on one specific street. Obviously, the light and the noise is of concern, and I think looking back, when you have a theater district, we have two theaters in a 3-mile radius to us. So we have one at Tinseltown, which is 3 miles down the road, and you have one at Quail Springs, which is also 3 miles down the road. It is my understanding that there's a proposed theater at Britton and Broadway Extension, as well as at 15th and Bryant. I'm just pressing whether this is necessary in terms of the development, and if this is really the best use of our time and our space. And then lastly, I know that Tinseltown has had an issue with loitering, and I know that Quail Springs Mall, it also attracts quite a bit of people that are just hanging out there. If you are confining people to a specific area where they can loiter and there's nowhere for them to go, as a resident that is walking distance to this facility, I'm concerned about foot traffic or loitering in our area. Thank you guys very much for your time.
Thanks, Kim. Thomas Green.
Hi, I'm Thomas Green.
Morning, Thomas.
I live at 13100 Ashford Grove. My house is actually right touching the plus sign on your drawing there in the Ashford Hills addition. So you can see how greatly I'm exposed to this proposed project. I view the rezoning of the land on the southeast corner of the Kilpatrick and Eastern to accommodate the Warren Theater has much of a feel putting Disneyland on the rim of the Grand Canyon. And also, we are quite aware of how our city has tried to shelter Lake Hefner from being surrounded by businesses. This is a beautiful city. Grew up here. And I have the feeling that when I look at places like Frontier City, which is another business not unlike the Warren Theater, the Frontier City has a feeling of pre-statehood. And the natural thing for businesses like theaters to do is to have to light up their skies, advertise their products, and back to where I live, I can see whatever film's being shown. And that's what I want to raise as an issue.
Okay. Thank you, Thomas. Lance Cook. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Lance Cook. I live at 12100 Northeastern. It's approximately a quarter of a mile to the south of this proposed development. I've lived in this area my entire life. My wife, my 2 kids, we recently built a house on an acreage located just south of this development. I love this part of Oklahoma City. I grew up at the corner of 122nd and Eastern. When I went to college in Atlanta, Georgia, many of my friends talked about Oklahoma City being, horses, cowboys, Indians. And what this city council and what you have done as mayor has elevated Oklahoma City's national profile. The development that has been approved by this council and the mayor has been great to allow Oklahoma City to flourish. Part of the reason I love this part of Oklahoma City is because of its rural character and rural nature. We enjoy the wildlife and the environment around there. I grew up learning to ride horses at Hadwell Stables, which is the southern part of this development. Used to see the horses grazing at the corner of 122nd and Eastern. I've worked with my mom, Mary Ann Cook, you'll hear from her a little bit later, and some other neighbors, and met with the developers, Bill Warren, related to this project. We have seen this land go through the initial development by Bella Mira, which was an equestrian community. We thought that community would have been an excellent use of the land in that area. It would go with the character of this area. Unfortunately, that development failed. Part of the reason that development, as well as other residential proposed developments, have not been able to be successful is the location in Northeast Oklahoma City, and the public schools in this area are not the best. I would love to see this area flourish. I think that the school system is a major roadblock to that development. This parcel is located at a major intersection of Eastern and the Kilpatrick Turnpike. I'm hopeful that this project can allow this area to flourish. I think that this project appropriately balances the needs for development, the needs for tax revenue generation in this area. It does not destroy the total character of the area by doing the offices on the interior. And I think that this project provides a proper balance that would be amenable to myself, my family, and I think that this project should be approved, and I would request the council approve this project. We worked with the developers in this group. They were willing to work with us and made some concessions. While I would love to see this area remain rural and nothing occur, I understand that development is inevitable, and I think that this project is a good project and should be approved.
All right. Thanks, Lance. All right. Donnie Greenwald.
Good morning. My name is Donnie Greenwald. I live at 1809 Shady Lane. Appreciate your guys' time this morning. A lot of my points have already been touched on, so I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I want to talk about the requirement to notify the residents within the 300 feet of the proposed development. I think that this actually got extended out to 600 feet, which doubles the existing area. The thing is, though, with such a big development, there's more than just 300 or 600 feet worth of impact to this, and I'm a part of that. I live north of the Turnpike in the Oaks 1 and 2, and I'm going to be directly impacted by it. But I was not alerted to this until it came out on the news, and I was concerned about the covert operations of the developer, but I'm not concerned about the developers. Their land, they want to develop this and use it for commercial use. Where I had the concern is that there was no representation from my council person to alert us. We had a meeting where we invited our council person, Mr. Pettis, to our HOA meeting in January, hoping to learn about these type of things that are going to be impacting our part of the city. And nothing was said about this, and so I get that it's the law requires that 300 up to now 600 for this to be alerted, but unfortunately sometimes the law is not good enough for the people, and I feel that we were not made aware and it was done behind our backs, and I am looking for better representation from my council person in a situation that has this large of impact to me. So the one thing that I was going to touch on was the infrastructure demands of this type of project. And when we brought this concerns to our council person, the answer was not necessarily an answer to our questions and concerns, but a statement that we could put a request for funding from the general obligation bond that could then eventually fund the development of the infrastructure needed. Two things about that is we never had a chance to be aware that this was going to take place for the need for the additional funding from the general obligation bond in time for us to have our say and try and secure some funding. But also, if this gets approved, the breaking of the ground is going to be effective immediately, but when would the funding from that general obligation bond to be able to support the infrastructure needed to make this successful for everybody involved, not just the developers, but the people who have put our time, our livelihoods, and our wealth into our properties, that we signed up for something which was the support of the infrastructure for the existing residential area that this is zoned for. If we take that and change that without thought and consideration of the timing of when possible funds could come, there's going to be a backlog of projects that continue to stack on top of what this great city already has with the shortcomings that we have. And I would like to make it known that it's not responsible at this time to rezone it because of the lack of the funding, and that it was unfortunate that we were not made aware as residents in this area before it got to this point where I'm having to stand in front of you today to have this conversation when I don't feel like this is my place I'm not an engineer, I'm not somebody representing the city, but
We're out of
I am
time,
here
John.
as a concerned citizen, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
bet. Thanks for coming down. Charles Davis.
Charles Davis, 2408 Northeast 131st Place, Edmond. We moved into Ashford Hills, just directly north, 2.5 years ago. Bought the land 3.5 years ago. We bought the neighborhood association of 22 neighborhoods that are affected by this. And we bought from our house, we can look literally downtown, not see one house because of the forestation that is in the Cross Timbers area. You see Devon Tower is actually the only one. We bought knowing that we would be not impacted by any commercial, that this was zoned residential. We invested heavily in our house, as many other homeowners have in the 22 areas. I want to read a letter from Bill Silk, and this is not my letter, and he couldn't be here today, but I want to enter him as an expert or someone who has done it. He's a licensed architect. He said, I'm writing in regard to the opposition to the rezoning being proposed for the Old Horse Farm located at Eastern Avenue and Kilpatrick Turnpike. After reading the staff report and the application design statement, I'm deeply troubled by the way this applicant is attempting to sidestep normal development steps typically required for any large commercial development in Oklahoma City. For example, the applicant has requested that 1, building permit for theater be issued prior to platting the entire development. 2, no formal traffic improvement has been offered by the applicant, and no traffic studies have been completed by Eastern Avenue. Even staff report noted that large increased traffic would likely occur. The private developers of the owner, Chickasaw Nation, indicate that Tract 1 may, with emphasis, include a possible new movie theater with alcoholic beverage service. The use of work may is troublesome and therefore may not actually have a theater, but some other use. Whether it is the theater or not, the rezoning application states that the building permit would be issued with the parking layout provided with the rezoning application and not be subject to full compliance with Oklahoma City parking requirements. Many standard development practices are being sidetracked, such as and including stormwater detainage will not be provided for the entire development, example, only piecemeal for each parcel or tract. 2, the full development will not be platted before the building permit is issued, the possible intended theater site. 3, hours of intended theater operation are not limited. 4, no additional de-acceleration lanes, turn signals, or other traffic improvements are offered by the applicant. Parcels facing Eastern Avenue, south of the possible theater, are proposed as commercial with some restrictions on uses. The language of the rezoning application is overly broad and non-committal and for the remaining parcels.
Charles, we're out of time. Do you want to sum it up?
No, that's it.
Okay. Thank you for coming down. John Gibson? Yes. Give it to Mark there. Let them to look at it. Good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. There it is. Okay, you can hear me now. Morning, gentlemen. I want to thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm an example of the passion.
We need your name and address for the record.
It's John Gibson, and I live at 13008 Amberwood Place, which is about 200 yards over on Bryant Avenue, adjacent to the Turnpike.
Okay.
I became partially paralyzed in November and had emergency neck surgery in December, and still have considerable nerve damage. You guys watch me get up and walk around. That's how passionate I am, and my passion is matched by all these people here. This is a drastic, 110 acres is a drastic and radical departure from the city plan. Bryant is currently under development now. It's been a 10-year project, and the city's running out of money. They're trying to redo 122nd, and you're taking on an enormous amount of traffic. Everyone's talked about the theater. What they haven't talked about is the tract 2A and 2B, and up to 3-story office buildings covering the rest of this almost 85 acres. Not to mention the fact there's an already flowing creek and a FEMA floodplain that they can't develop, and there's no explanation My issue with this is that plan does not include traffic studies, public safety studies, and you are surrounded, as you guys can see, when you zoom this map out. There are hundreds and hundreds of people. And in my condition, I've walked the neighborhoods. I've talked to every single person that I could talk to, literally hundreds of people, and I've had exactly one person that said that they wouldn't sign the petition to come here today. This affects the entire area. This is a treasure to Oklahoma City. And to develop it, sure, there's developments on Hefner. They're balanced. 110 acres is not balanced, not compared to this entire segment, Broadway to I-35, Memorial Road to I-40. This is, this is a critical area of Oklahoma City. Earlier you heard about building a park in downtown to try to add some green space, and here you're taking 110 acres and paving it. You've heard about the runoff, you've heard about the traffic. I drive those roads. 122nd is a country road. Drive out there. How is it going to sustain? They're opening 4 more entrances to accommodate the massive retail. This is not the area for that. If the city wants to spend a ton of money on streets and widen the streets, it's almost impossible. You can't even widen Bryant. You've stopped at the Turnpike. How are you going to widen Eastern? How are you going to widen 122nd? They want to raise it 8 feet. The city doesn't have the millions it's going to take to do that, but you want to put a massive and complex development that they haven't even explained how dense the buildings are going to be. They haven't explained how they're going to lay out the buildings, what they're going to look like. This is horse farms. They zoom the map out. Horse farm below it, a horse farm on this side of it. There's horses all along this side. Those people, and then there's going to be a massive 110-acre development of office complexes that they won't tell us how they're going to lay them out. And retail stores that there's no indication in this plan, not one traffic study, not one public safety study. You need to reject this plan. You need to continue your decision on this plan, and let's get those studies. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Terry Green. Good morning.
Hi. My name is Terry Green, and I live at 13100 Ashford Grove. I'm absolutely terrified to be here in front of you guys, but I'm really passionate about this, so I hope you listen with your heart.
Sure.
I wrote what I want to say so I can respect the time limitation, so I'm just going to read it to you. When my husband and I purchased our land in the Cross Timbers area in the year 2000, it was because of the unique opportunity to build our home in the Oklahoma City metro area, and yet at the same time feel like we were in a rural area and get away from the hustle and bustle. We looked for several months before we were shown this area by our developer. He showed us several areas, and none of them suited us because these developments had few, if any, native trees, and the land was flat, and most of them had one pear tree in the middle of their yard. We told him we were looking for something with Oklahoma personality. He thought and said he knew exactly where to take us. He commented that he didn't show this area to many people because of people didn't appreciate the uniqueness of this beautiful hidden area. And it is a hidden area. It's always been kind of a big secret until now. Once he showed it to us, we instantly fell in love, and we knew we found our dream. This is the area we would build the home where we would live the remainder of our lives, and that's what we intend to do. An area we still cherish because its rare and unique quality of beautiful rolling hills and old native Oklahoma trees where life still has a chance to survive in its natural environment. We were so excited about it. We told my husband's parents, and when we told them, they said, your land's going to be a lot of work. You have 2 acres of land to work on. My husband and I spent 6 years clearing the land ourselves in order to preserve the native oak trees and to preserve the wildlife as much as possible and not disrupt it. And we still have lizards out there. We still have toads out there. We have birds. And we've named different areas of our land because we like it so much. And we have a place we call the upper regions because the elevation is 30 feet higher than the rest of our land. And we go up there and we actually sit along and talk and watch a hawk making lazy circles in the sky because there's still hawks out there. There are kites out there. There are so many things out there that are beautiful that building this theater is going to destroy what we already have out there. We like the migration of the monarch butterflies comes through our land. It comes there, and Tom and I play this game that who gets to be the first one to see the first monarch butterfly that goes there. We enjoy the stars at night. We sit outside and we see the sky, and the stars are still there because we don't have all the lights out there. I've always admired and respected the Chickasaw Nation because of their respect for the land. I hope and feel that once they understand the rare value of this land and its historical importance, they will also conclude that to develop it as they initially intended to is not what they want and does not fit within the character of this area. There are so many other areas that are more suited for this place. If you go down Eastern, there are native rocks with native roses that come out of them that are extraordinary. Okay, thank you.
Mary Ann Cook. Good morning.
I don't want to be up here either, but here we are. And it was a beautiful sunrise, by the way.
It was. We'll need a name and address.
I am Mary Ann Cook,
Okay.
12122 Northeastern. My husband Rod and I have lived on the southeast corner of North 122nd and Eastern for over 35 years and cherish our land. We are directly south of the proposed Eastern Ridge development. Many changes have occurred in this beautiful part of Oklahoma City during our lives. Eastern Avenue was widened to 4 lanes. The Turnpike arrived, and some wooded areas are now attractive neighborhoods and homes on large acreages, including several horse farms. Over the years, we have worked diligently with many of the various developers that have wanted to build in our wonderful area. In all instances, both sides have made concessions and compromises that have complemented our goal to keep this special part of town as natural and quiet as possible. We are always trying to protect our little piece of paradise from disappearing and have been relatively successful in accomplishing this over the years. The 110 acres we are talking about today was sold 12 years ago. The beautiful horses and lazy cows grazing in the morning mist are gone. Once Ellen and Dick sold their land, which they had every right to do, the quiet country setting was history. For the last 12 years, we have met numerous times with each different developer and worked through the details of their proposed vision for this land. Bella Mira, PUD 1156, was an office, residential, and equestrian themed plan. It originally included commercial, but our neighborhood efforts got the C3 eliminated and concessions on many other aspects of the PUD. However, when the property went back to Frontier Bank, 2 other proposals appeared. Encore Estates was 0 lot line houses, offices, and commercial. After a couple of meetings with this group, it was abandoned. Then there was another developer that tried to put together a commercial and residential plan, but the land was sold, and now here we are. The previous plans have all failed for various reasons. Now, we are facing an upscale Warren Theater, limited retail, and office park. Kennedy Consulting has agreed to many of our requests and has been willing to make changes that are more desirable to us. I trust that they will do their utmost to make this development a complementary neighbor.
Mary Ann, you're out of time. You want to sum it up for us?
Can I finish? Okay.
I'm
supporting this.
Okay.
I don't want it. I have been drug here inch by inch over the years, and I've finally come to the realization that maybe this is the best.
Right.
And I also have letters from other homeowners that were legally notified.
Okay. Thank you, Mary Ann. Mark Gardner.
I'm Mark Gardner, 2212 Reveille Road, which is just north of the Turnpike. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for hearing me out. I've been there about 21, 22 years, and we bought 3.5 acres. And so we've invested a lot of our time and money. And one of the main facts was obviously that it sits on a hill, and that whole area north of the Turnpike goes uphill. So everybody's going to have this great view of this monument being built, this blinking. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not into blinking lights unless I want to be downtown, which is great. We've done a great job downtown, but that's where I want to go, to see that. And I think it's pretty apparent that the feel of most people in my neighborhood, and as we see them, it says R1 or agriculture all the way around that. And they don't want this. I mean, nobody wants this in their backyard. I mean, there's great places. I'm all about development. I mean, I'm involved in development design and build and stuff. And, you know, and I'm all about that, but there's so many places, I-35, the corridor, and just like people were talking about the impacts of the streets and water's a big deal around there because everything's on a hill in that area. So, and you dump 110 acres of water on something that's concrete, eventually, that's a lot of water. So, my personal feeling, and, there's a lot of people who spent 7 figures on homes around there. I have a close friend that just bought a house in Ashford Oaks area there, right north of there. And his comment was that if he knew this was going on, he had second thoughts about doing this property and buying it, which I don't blame him. So what does that tell me? When we try to sell our homes, when we need to sell our homes, and when we need to make a change in our lives, that our value of our property is going to go down. So if our property's going to go down, are you guys going to make sure our taxes go down? Is that we're going to reduce our property taxes?
You know better than that, Mark.
Well, it's just a question at this point. So, but anyway, you guys think about it. I mean, I'm all about development. This is really not the place.
Okay. Thanks for coming down. Linda Cowell. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Linda Cowell, 1921 Deep Creek Road, Oklahoma City. I've lived in the Oaks 3 for 17 years now, and my perspective is a little bit different than some of everybody else's because the addition wall is on the side of my driveway. So this profoundly affects me with the amount of traffic that's going to be coming through. Since I've lived there, we've experienced exponential increase in the traffic between the completion of the Kilpatrick to I-40 and all the construction that is always going on Broadway Extension. It forces traffic down our road. Because of the amount of traffic that we have there, because I don't drive a big SUV like most of the neighbors do, I always make sure I get a small turbo so that I can get out of the way. My sister-in-law came to visit me a couple of years ago, and making just the crossing from the west exit from the Kilpatrick, she got broadsided in her Prius. One of the things is, too, it's just that they've got too high of a speed limit there coming over that hill. But during the hours of 4:30 to 6 o'clock approximately, if I'm going to leave my neighborhood, I have to head south. And if I'm going to North Edmond, I have to go on the Kilpatrick to Broadway, or I have to go around to 122nd and come up Bryant. One of the things I've noticed that's different about this development is then, unlike the developments on Western and Penn and May, is we don't have any frontage roads to help offload all this traffic. I just have a concern because Eastern is an aging infrastructure. It's not in good repair right now. And I don't know how these problems are going to be handled before we get into the next problem that's being proposed. So do you all have any questions of me?
No, I don't think so, but thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. All right, J.D., help me with the last name. Well, Ursink.
Very good.
Okay.
Let me get that one right. J.D. Ursink, 1709 Deep Creek Road, Oklahoma City. About everything that's I was going to talk about has been covered already, so I'll try to keep this real quick.
Okay.
Big issue with myself and a number of my neighbors I spoke to asked me to bring this up was the way in which this development was proposed to us. We had no idea whatsoever that this was going down. would have known about this council meeting today, but for one of our neighbors stumbling across a public notice in the Journal Record about 30 days ago, brought to our attention, so we had no idea that the development was being put in, or that this vote was going down, and this has a great impact on our lives, and we feel a little slighted by the developers because of it. I know that people within 600 feet of the development were notified. It has a great impact on our lives. It has just a bigger impact on our lives, and we're talking about several hundred people who are being affected by this development, and we sat down with the developers, and Mr. Pettis here a week or so ago at a town hall meeting asked for some simple questions about plans. I mean, what have we thought about here as far as roads, environmental, all these things that, jump in everybody's mind? We got no answers. Zero. There was no plan at all about how traffic was going to be handled or any other environmental concerns, and that's greatly concerning to us. If that's not thought out, we're breaking ground real soon. What's going to happen in the future? Not against development here. I think it's a good thing. If I had my choice, I would say no. Let's just leave it the way it is, but that's not realistic. With that being said, we've got to be smart about what we put there. Cross Timbers area is a very, very well thought of part of the city. I may be biased, but I think our little part of the city is the best there is. I'm sure some of you may argue because of your own neighborhoods, but I think we've got to look forward and plan this out a little better. A problem I have with Oklahoma City, I'm a transplant here. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin area. Came down here about 25 years ago to school, and here I sit and met my wife, and I'm here, and this is home, and I love it. One problem I have with it, though, is I see all over the city we have gorgeous developments, gorgeous parts of town. Right next to it, there's a vacant piece of property. We put in a self-storage center. We put in a convenience store. We put in all these things. The pristine parts of the city get overrun by areas that aren't thought out very well. And I don't want that to happen here. This may be a great development. We need to be informed as citizens, and we need some input as well. I don't like the idea of a theater. I'm not so opposed to an office complex if it's done properly. I guess that's pretty much what I have for you folks today. Thank you.
Thanks, JD. Libby Davis.
My name is Libby Davis, 2408 Northeast 131st Place in Ashford Hills. If you scan up on that map just a little bit, can you move it up?
I think they're trying. Hold on a second.
Sorry.
Go to a different map.
Okay. Right where it says Kilpatrick, we are the CK house right north of that.
Okay.
So we will be looking on this wonderful development that they're wanting to put in. I do thank you that you're allowing me to speak here. Thank you so much. My husband and I live in Ashford Hills, as I just said. We bought that lot and built our home there 3 years ago because of the view that we would have to the south of us. We knew the land south of the turnpike and east of Eastern was zoned residential, and that would be perfect. Homes built there would not be tall enough to obstruct our view. I found out about 3 weeks ago from a newspaper that an LLC bought the land just south of us last August, and we're trying to get it rezoned from residential to commercial. This was just sprung on us. Our neighborhood, as well as other neighborhoods in Edmond and Oklahoma City, would be affected adversely by this rezoning. I myself have many questions and concerns that have not been addressed. As such, we think that we should have had notification and input into this. I feel like the developer and the owners have done everything to keep this quiet, to keep this secret, so that we would not protest it or stop the rezoning they have planned. My husband and I have been with John Kennedy, the developer, several times since that property was purchased, and never once did he mention this development. I feel that I, as well as many others, should have been informed of something this dramatic happening in our neighborhood, in our residential community. John Kennedy referred to the Chickasaws as good neighbors several times during a town hall meeting. I want to believe that. But have you ever called someone a good neighbor when they move into your addition and proceed to put in retail stores and bars and high-traffic places next to your home? I think a good neighbor is someone who moves in because they love the area, they plan on developing good relationships with those who live close to them, and the last thing they would want to do as good neighbors is something that is detrimental to their neighborhood, their residential community. I only want what's fair, what's just, what's ethical. I seriously doubt that any of you would like this development in your backyard or in your neighborhood, neither do we. Please vote no on rezoning this property, or please vote for a continuance so that the developers that they say want to be good neighbors have a chance to meet with their neighbors so they can find out what we would like as well as what we don't want. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Libby. Amber Egnor Martin. Morning.
Good morning. Amber Egnor Martin. My address is 2209 Northeast 131st, and I live in Ashford Hills as well. Many of you know me because I spent 15 years in economic development on behalf of either the state or 7 years, the last 7 years, with the city of Oklahoma City. So I'm not opposed usually to development. I'm in favor of it. In fact, I worked on behalf of Oklahoma City for 7 years to try to create industrial lands, business lands, employment lands. This is not smart development. We're taking a residential area, a rural residential area, and planting a Warren Theater in the middle of it. I have less objection to the office portion, but there's been no conversation about how to handle the traffic. And it is not an infrastructure that can handle it. It's already a high traffic area. We need to be smart about this growth, and a nighttime venue that stays late in the night. There are movies showing 11 o'clock, 12. They don't end until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I've been to a Warren Theater before. It's a wonderful opportunity to have a great time, to have a cocktail. These same individuals are going to have a great time in my neighborhood every Friday, Saturday night, and that's not an appropriate mix. We need to be thoughtful about this, and I think it's the council's responsibility to protect the citizens of Oklahoma City and to zone properly. That's why we have zoning laws. That's why we set aside lands that are appropriate for commercial development. And we have lands in Oklahoma City that are very appropriate for a Warren Theater and this type of development, but it's not this particular piece of land. I caution you, please think about this. At least give it further study. And if you feel as strongly as I do, you'll vote no for zoning this land, rezoning this land. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Amber. Lana Tyree.
As you probably know, I'm the attorney for all of the additions and most of the protesters. We filed various pleadings with you, one of which we've asked for a continuance. And I think you can see today that the continuance is justified. But I would take it that each of you have read my objection to the PUD. In the first place, we have the Planning Commission, which is subscribed to the overall plan for under Plan Oklahoma for that area. It does not contain any retail space at all. There's a reason for that. I defy you to find very many places in Oklahoma City. They're rural, they're large estates, they're kept well by their neighbors, they're kept well by the people who live there, they're rendered virtually impassable by the city of Oklahoma City. You don't realize what the roads up there are like. You don't realize what the amount of rain coming out of 501 parking places for the theater alone, for only 8 acres of this proposed land, will do. This is a floodplain area. Floodplain area comes right down to the right side. If you measure from the north side of that entrance to us, we're in the 600 feet zone. I live in Ashford Hills. I'm a new resident. I've got a house being built right now. And so I've signed the petition in 2 places because I wasn't sure which one I was. But I'm proud to be a prospective person in Ashford because I live there. But when you view the City Planning Commission report and the application they've made to you, they've not followed one single study required by law. None. They haven't filed any of the County Health Department, the Renewal Authority, Oklahoma Gas and Electric, Water Resources Board, Public Schools, Department of Transportation, Airports, Central Oklahoma Transportation Authority, which we'll waive that one, Technology and Geographic Supports, Water and Recreation, Police, Public Works. If they won't come out and even look at our property, if they won't come out and even look at what we're facing, how can they dare stand before you and ask that you approve this monstrosity? I have a high regard for this council. I'm a lawyer, as you know, and I spent a long time preparing before a lot of bodies in Oklahoma City. I've never seen a case that's more ready for, one, a continuance, and two, a detailed consideration of this project. Yes, Mrs. Cook appeared on behalf of some horse owners. They're fortunate. They have an enormous acreage. And from the other side of Eastern, they can afford to go anywhere they want.
Lana, we're out of time at this point. Perhaps I can bring you back up for a final word later if you'll stick around. Thank you. Hold that one back. Greg Kent. Good morning.
Greg Kent, 2521 126th Street. It's basically straight east of the development area, almost right below the R there on the east side of the map. I arrived at Oklahoma City in 1994. I was assigned to Tinker Air Force Base. I began my career out there, and in December of 12, I finished my career out there. My wife and I had been looking for a piece of property in the Cross Timber area, and we found it, and we've begun, the area was kind of dilapidated. We have started to invest ourselves in making that our permanent home. You've heard lots of what's been discussed this morning on why this proposal should not go through, and I support all of those. My biggest concern out of everything, and maybe this comes from being a military kid for a long time, is just the absolute lack of specifics associated with PUD 1630. It just doesn't have any specific platting. It's got poor wording. When I see words like contemplated, may alter prior to final platting, those kind of things give me a lot of concern as a homeowner near that area, because once this board makes a final decision, then the ability for a developer to do what they want begins. And then it becomes harder to arrest that development where it's at. And in fact, I'm a big supporter of Warren Theater. Warren Theater, for my squadron at Tinker, was very supportive of my airmen. It's just not there. When you look at Eastern, we've talked about the traffic. That's the only access between Broadway Extension and I-35 to access either south of the Turnpike or north of the Turnpike. And I would also ask that you look at kind of what Manhattan, Kansas went through with a similar development with Warren, and the changes that occurred for them post-development planning after it had cleared the city. So I have tremendous respect for this board. Having been here since 1994, I have seen the development of Oklahoma City just explode. We are on the national scene. The reason that was successful and the way was a lot of strategic vision by this board and those that preceded you. It was coordination with neighborhoods, people, developers, everybody working together in a concentrated effort to seek the best for the development of the entire city. This is not happening. That is not what's happening in this case. And I would just ask you to vote no associated with this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Teresa Stevens. Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Couch. I come to you today as a transportation engineer. I have evaluated the proposed development with the uses that are suggested in the PUD and have found that the traffic impacts on full build-out are more than double of what we experience on it today. Right now, we have approximately 8,000 cars going along Eastern Avenue per day. This development will add at least 10,000 more cars per day. I also would like to submit to you that Planning Commission has prematurely forwarded approval of this project because the Turnpike Authority has not had their opportunity to submit their technical evaluations in the staff report. I'm aware that they have contacted your chief engineer in Public Works, but those are not publicly recorded. I would ask that you equate a vote no to, not right now, but gather all of the information that you need to be able to make an informed decision for the safety of the traveling public. I have looked at the collision analysis for the past 7 years along Oaks Way, which is the second intersection to the north of the Turnpike, all the way just past 122nd. There are less than 25 accidents over 7 years. That is an amazing collision rate. If we introduce an additional 2 more drives along Eastern Avenue, I can guarantee you we will not be able to maintain that level of safety, nor level of service. Currently, I expect that stretch of corridor to act as a level of service B during the peak hours. If we added those 2 additional driveways and the full build-out of the development, I submit to you that it will immediately fall to a level of service F. Immediately. Northeast 122nd is definitely going to be a difficult area to build out because of the hills. You'll have a lot of dirt work that you'll have to perform to be able to get the roadway widened. Fortunately, though, the utilities are on the south side of the highway, of the roadway, so that you could widen to the north. I just really believe that you don't have all of the information that you need to be able to vote yes at this time. I would just submit to you to please consider the Turnpike's comments and the potential for backup on the ramps onto the main line of the high-speed Turnpike and prevent any high-speed collisions from occurring along that roadway.
Teresa, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, but I believe that I have a couple more things because I want to say Oklahoma City is a big league city. This development can be a big league development. I just ask you to please consider the safety of your constituents that voted you in your seat.
Thank you for coming
And
down.
maybe yes later. Thanks.
Pat Garrett.
Pat Garrett,
Morning, Pat.
1705 East Hefner Road. I live on Hefner Road in Eastern. I've been there 38 years. Along with the Cooks, we were out there before any of these developments came. We have watched this property change over the years, but right now, the developer has met with us for more than a year. We discussed this plan. We came up with a very good comprehensive plan that all the immediate neighbors like and want. So I support this.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Kevin Foreman. Morning, Kevin. I give you more time than your producers did.
Yeah. I was usually getting wrap it up.
I know it. Now I get to play that game.
I'm Kevin Foreman. I live at 1716 Deep Creek in the Oaks 3, which is that first turn north of the Turnpike, and that is our only egress from the neighborhood. Mr. Couch lives in our neighborhood. You can testify that we have difficulty getting in and out at times because the 40-mile-per-hour speed limit apparently is a suggestion on Eastern, not an actuality. So we get people going 50, 60 miles an hour flying down that road a lot. Well, I'd like to say that as a real estate broker, I've thought about this a lot and how it would affect my neighborhood. I'd also like to say that I brought what I wrote down to say today, but somehow I left it at home. How that happens. But I just want to talk about quality of life. In 1985, Lee Allen Smith called me and said, "Do you want to come home and work for Channel 4 and do our weather?" At that time, I was down in Houston at KPRC, top 10 market, 27 years old. I'd hit the fatted calf. But the quality of life in Houston is so bad with the traffic, the overpopulation. And before he said, "Would you like?" I was thinking yes. So in 85, I came back to Oklahoma City. 88, I married my wife, met her at church. And while I was teaching her how to drive my bachelor sports car, which was a manual and a Porsche, we drove past a new development that was going in that was the Oaks 1. So the streets were in, so I didn't even know it was there, and I only lived a half a mile away. Drove past it every day on the way to Channel 4. So we pulled in there and drove around. The developer had taken great care to keep the trees, which we really loved, the rolling hills, the creeks. I learned two things that day. One, I was going to have to sell the Porsche because she was murdering it. And then two, that was where I wanted to live. So the next day we came out and we bought a lot and we built a custom home. 3 years later, when I left Channel 4, I went to work for the developer as his real estate company. And it was an easy sell. All the people that came in there said, first, "We never knew this was here." And I'm like, yes. And then two, we love the hills, the trees, and the creeks, and we know what's around it. And what's around it is south of the turnpike, which was yet to be built, was a horse farm, and then there was a horse farm on the east side of Eastern South where the turnpike would be. So everybody bought on that assumption. It's not like, the people that butt up to I-35 where they were all zoned commercial. This was zoned residential. A lot of people have put their savings, maybe even their retirements into their homes. I know I have. The thought that this is unknowable, how it will affect our neighborhoods, you can say that. It is unknowable. I mean,
We're out of time. I'll allow you to wrap it up if you'd like.
Well, let me just say this. Hypocrisy is not in the Hippocratic Oath, but in one of his other papers, he said, first, do no harm. And that's what we expect from you guys. This is a harm to us. And I understand it may be developed sooner or later, but it doesn't have to be this. I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kevin. All right. James Herzig.
Good morning. I'm James Herzig, 14001 Lost Creek Drive on Memorial between Coltrane and Bryan. I'm president of our homeowners association. I want to echo the concerns that you guys have heard today. I think the gist of the sentiment of everyone who spoke, and some 20 speakers by my count thus far, the vast majority of whom are opposed to this, should be a clear indication to the ladies and gentlemen of the council that we need to slow down on this thing, step through it. I have a couple of concerns. One is that it appears we're taking shortcuts in terms of the process, platting, environmental impact, traffic analysis, et cetera. While I'm not an attorney or a process expert, I think that should be done. Secondly, the lack of input from the surrounding individuals, families, communities, and homes around the proposed development strikes me as vaguely undemocratic in that a lot of this was sprung on us on fairly short notice. And this forum notwithstanding, I think we'd be well served to continue the process of getting input from the affected community. So my recommendation is that we simply slow down, step through the process on this thing, and think through it, and then revisit down the road. Thanks very much.
Thanks. David Yost.
David Yost, 9901 Hidden Hollow Lane, and just one moment to publicly thank Pete White for his service. I've had a lot of interaction with Pete as a developer over the years. He's always been fair, and we'll miss him. I'm really informally representing the Sawmill Homeowners Association. Our development, which I am the developer of, is about 1.25 miles east of this project. We have not met officially as a homeowners association, but I have heard from, I'd say, the majority of our homeowners. I won't repeat the things that have already been discussed this morning. There's been some traffic concerns, but the overriding concern that I've heard, and that hasn't been mentioned this morning, has been that because of the ownership group, there could be the possibility of, in the future, the location of a gambling casino on that property. When we had the public meeting, when it was held last Monday, the 20th, the representative of the developer made it crystal clear that that would not be the case. I haven't been able to convince some people in our neighborhood that that wouldn't change, and I have asked, on the advice of my attorney, if the ownership group, if the developer, would be willing to place a restriction in the deed to run with the land that would prohibit for all time the location of a gambling casino or any other gambling entity on that property, and I've been assured that they're willing to do that. So that's really the issue that I've been asked to confront by my homeowners, and that's really all I would have to say about it.
All right. Thanks, David. All right. Porter Davis. Porter, would you rather have your presentation after they speak? And have, okay, do you want Lana to be a part of that, or is that okay? All right, we can do it that way.
We can finish after they do that.
All right, you bet. We have one more person, Michael Washington.
Thank you. City Council, Mayor, members and guests. Michael Washington, 2900 Northeast 18th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. No, I do not live in you folks' area. I don't have that kind of money, number one. However, I greatly respect your being here to protect your interests from sneak attacks that's designed to not only maybe displace you, but to increase possibly robberies and other things in your area. So definitely have concern there. But you must also understand, more than likely, money is going to win out. Why? Because we got a city councilman who, off the book, under the table, met with these folks prior to them purchasing this land. You don't purchase land without you automatically know more than likely it's going to pass. Doesn't make sense now, does it? I didn't think so. Number two, why would it not be smart to prevent such a developer from exposing you people to harsh and maybe even detrimental circumstances? What better way then is it for this city council to step in and take measures to protect the rights and privileges that you people have prior to the developer coming in on a personal gain and personal measure saying, I want this land. Why? Because I can have it. Not so. Residential to commercial, look at that. I don't care about you, not saying me, but the big money, quote unquote. I don't care about the effect of negativity I'm going to have on you as a people. I don't care whether your children be harmed. I don't care whether you lose finances behind my coming in. My main focus is I want to warranty you. I don't care about your property value decreasing. All I care about is my warranty theater being placed here. Near John Kilpatrick, Pudge 1630. Now, we know, and I agree with y'all, again, I don't have the money to live there. It's going to create a floodgate of traffic that will later on that you will feel more threatened by. And I greatly appreciate your understanding that. Threat to your property, to your lives, to your community, to your children should not be allowed. And as a matter of fact, you should have some input sit down with this city councilman rather than being hidden and later being exposed to, okay, this is going to happen. Now show me the respect that they have for you. I certainly don't see it. I love talking to y'all people because y'all are the one concerned. Now then, in retrospect, this same development that's proposed to deprive these people of their independence, their protection and safety, should be null and void. And if in fact, if nothing else, since you people yourself haven't had a true opportunity yet to evaluate what this whole circumstance may create, you should at least table it if you don't deny it. And in this case, you get more information.
You need to wrap it up.
I got to wrap it up, but thank y'all very much again. Everybody have a good day, y'all, and thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate this opportunity, and I will be back. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, turned over. David, you and your team want to take over?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant. Before I start, I would like to introduce the development team. With me is John Kennedy, Kelly Lay, and Sam Rainbolt. It's been touched on by the Cooks and Mr. Garrett. I do think it's important to look at the history of this site because what Mrs. Cook and her son and Pat Garrett were discussing were failed developments. Those were developments that I actually represented the applicant. This is a neighborhood group that's well organized. They're very active. And so in those two developments, we sat down, we negotiated, and it became clear that there wasn't an opportunity to get them on board. And so both of those developments went away. So I think it speaks volumes to this development, seeing the Cooks here in support, seeing Mr. Garrett here in support. They are the people that live most close to this, directly south of the development. It's also important to look at what it's zoned now. It's been discussed that what's there now is some sort of rural residential. That's incorrect. PUD 1156 is one that my firm actually did. And what it allows is high-density residential, 3 units per acre. And the entire frontage, almost the same 20 acres that we're now seeking to put into light commercial, would be permitted to be office. So we're not taking what would be rural residential and taking it to commercial and office. It's high-density, single-family residential, and some light commercial. It's important to note there's been a lot of discussion about the trees. This map shows kind of the limits of our property. This red line right here is the northern boundary of our property. North of us, where the majority of those trees are, is OTA right-of-way. So it's not property within our control. None of the trees are impacted. There's been reference in some of the letters that there's somehow been some sort of secret communication with the Turnpike Authority whereby we've been granted permission to rip down the trees. That is completely false. There's been no communication whatsoever. That is the Turnpike Authority, much like ODOT and OTA, they're very protective of the right-of-way. There's been no agreement. There is no plan to rip down any trees. We were able to meet with Mr. Yost in the hallway today, and we did agree that we will have a deed restriction that will run with the land to ensure that there will be no gaming. We said it in the meeting. We've said it as many times as we can. The zoning that we're seeking today wouldn't allow it in the first place, but if it gives the neighbor further assurances, then we'll place a deed restriction on it to ensure that there is no gaming. It's been referenced that this is an environmentally sensitive area. I think it's, again, important to take a step back and look at what's permitted now. If you look at the PUD that's in place now, it only preserves 15 acres of open space. What we have before you today is a PUD, and what's in green is actually zoned through the PUD as open space greenbelt. It's almost 30 acres. So we are doubling the amount of preservation that will happen on this site than what could be done right now. Perhaps there are some trees right now where you see the streets, but if it was developed with the 3 units per acre residential, those trees will come out. So what we've done is increase the number of trees that will be preserved. We've increased the area of floodplain that will be preserved, all of which we believe will make this a better development than what's permitted now, all of which I believe are reasons why the Cooks and the Garretts and those folks that have fought very hard over the years on this site are now okay with it. The first speaker referenced the state statutes, and what the state statutes say is the council shall zone property in conformance with the comprehensive plan. What the comprehensive plan designates this site is urban low intensity, not rural, urban low intensity. That would allow something far greater, frankly, than what we have applied for here. The other thing the comp plan dictates is Eastern is designated as a major arterial. I would submit to this council, at the corner of a major arterial and a major highway, commercial development is appropriate. That's why staff recommended approval. And in your minutes, that's why the Planning Commission, through a unanimous vote, decided that this application is in conformance with a comprehensive plan. This wasn't an application that was snuck through. In fact, it went to Planning Commission twice. It was scheduled first, and there was a request for a continuance to go meet with the neighbors again, which we did. This went through the same process that every application goes through. In fact, the typical application is you send notice to 300 feet. Here there weren't enough names, so we actually doubled the notice area that's required for typical zoning cases. We went out to 600 feet. All the processes that are required in every other zoning case I've ever stood at this podium for have been followed here. There's been as much, if not more, scrutiny on this case than any case I think I've been involved in. So to suggest that there has somehow been a springing of this is just simply not accurate. It's been in the newspaper, we've had meetings on it, and it's gone through the Planning Commission process. In fact, one of the elements of Planning Commission was signage. And Councilwoman Sawyer, your Planning Commission member, is perhaps the hardest critic on all signs. And he actually said that the signs that we propose, he really liked. We took great effort to make sure the signs were compatible with the area, appropriate for the scale. And the Planning Commission, who looks at signs perhaps more than anything else, really liked our sign. They deemed it conformance with the comp plan and conformance with this area. Some of the other concerns that have been raised deal with two of the uses, primarily the independent bar and alcoholic beverage retail sales, meaning a liquor store. I'm willing, as I stand here today, to delete those two uses. We will delete the bar, which is alcoholic beverage retail sales, the liquor store, alcoholic beverage retail sales, 8300.5, and we will also delete from the PUD the drinking establishments, sit-down alcohol permitted, 8300.33. So those two uses we will delete. We've got a letter prepared that we will submit to the clerk, and we will amend the master design statement accordingly. One of the other issues is traffic. As the council knows, the ordinance was passed recently putting in impact fees. So the old way of doing things was the developer, when they filed the PUD, they were required to produce a traffic impact study. Those were very costly. There wasn't a mechanism that the city had to have funds to put towards traffic improvements. So now we have impact fees. Part of the deal with that was the city is now in the position of monitoring and studying traffic patterns to see what would be necessary so that when buildings are built and impact fees are collected, they've got money in the till to go put towards those improvements that are necessary. And I know Mr. Winger is going to perhaps talk about a widespread comprehensive study that the city is going to do. Right now they don't have the money to do that. My client is willing today to perform a traffic impact study, donate it to the city, so that the city knows, based upon this development, what impacts might be out there. So as the city starts collecting impact fees from this development, they know where the funds should be placed. I think that is a big deal for a developer to do. It's the first developer I've seen that's been willing to do that since the impact fees have gone in place. I mean, developers, since the impact fees came in, have said that was part of the deal. The city was in the position of planning. The city was in the position of studying. We'll go pay high impact fees, and the city can do it. So the fact that my client's willing to pay impact fees and provide a study to give to the city, I think is something that should be pointed out. I do want to address, there was a reference about hours. There are limited hours of operation within the PUD. And within track 2A, it's 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and then midnight Friday through Saturday. And then in 2B, it's 10 p.m. Drainage was discussed. We do have a civil engineer here if there are specifics, but I can tell you what we're required to do is what the city tells us to do. We're going to have to meet all the city ordinances. And Mr. Winger is here as well, and he can address that, but what we'll have to do is what the city tells us to do. The fact that we've got almost 30 acres of open space should certainly help us out. Platting. It's somehow been portrayed that the lack of platting is sneaking or putting the cart before the horse. Well, typically in commercial developments, you don't really need to plat. I mean, you have standalone parcels that you know what they're going to be, so there's no need to plat. An additional level of scrutiny is still going to have to be had on this project. The PUD commits to a specific plan. That means before we can go develop, we're going to have to go back to the Planning Commission on a specific plan to ensure that what we propose to build is compatible with the comp plan, is compatible with the PUD. So the scrutiny doesn't stop today. We're going to have to go back before the Planning Commission time and time again as we move through this process. There are PUDs in place that don't require that. So that's an additional level of scrutiny that my client's willing to put on themselves to ensure that this is a PUD and a development that is appropriate for the area and appropriate for this piece of property. It's been referenced multiple times that all these various agencies haven't had time to comment. If you look at the staff report, what the staff report actually says is, and I quote, "This application was submitted to the following agencies, departments, and/or divisions for review and comment." Every single zoning case gets sent to every one of these agencies and departments. If they don't comment, it means they didn't have any negative comments to place. I can stand here and tell you I've had numerous cases where the airport, Mr. Cranenberg, would lodge an objection. So just because they haven't formally said we bless it doesn't mean they haven't. It just means they didn't have any problems, so they didn't submit any negative comments. Had they had problems, they had every opportunity, and they would have submitted negative comments. This council has seen that time and time again. The lighting. The code requires that we shield lighting from residential uses. We will have to comply with all lighting requirements for the city of Oklahoma City, meaning we have to shield them, we have to direct them away from residential uses. I would submit that what you have on the Turnpike is a much more intrusive use than what we propose on this site. We think that this is going to be a much better neighbor. I think it's evidenced by the people who live immediately south of here being supportive of it. It was referenced that this is roughly the size of Quail Springs Mall. Obviously, Quail Springs Mall is a massive commercial complex. This is only 20 acres of commercial. 20 acres of commercial that was previously office. So we are going from office to commercial, but I would submit if you look at the uses that we have, it is one of the lightest commercial PUDs I have ever been involved with. Usually the list of uses takes up a half a page or more. This is a handful of uses, all of which, again, on a major arterial are completely appropriate. That's why staff recommended approval, because it conforms to the comp plan, and that's why the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
So, any questions at this time for David?
One of the part of the power of a PUD is that you can put restrictions on uses, and you named 3 that you're doing this morning, all of which sound excellent. Would there be an objection, since we're making kind of last-minute changes, 3 of them, 3 significant ones, to a continuance to allow discussion with the neighborhood about further restrictions on use?
No, and I'll tell you why. A continuance is something that we engage in all the time. When it looks like there is a middle ground to be reached, it is clear that there is no middle ground to be reached here.
But you came to middle ground on 3 issues this morning.
And I can tell you the 3 we've given up, that's it. These are all we're willing to give on. There's no middle ground to be had. It's clear that the people who are in opposition just want us to go away. These are the uses they reference, so we're willing to say that's fine. But allowing a continuance won't do anything but recreate this hearing another time. Everybody is fully entrenched in their positions, and the council is fully aware where everybody lies. We believe we stand on the merits of this case, and it's one that should be approved.
Are you asking for an emergency?
I don't believe I said that. We're just asking for the case to be voted on.
On here it says emergency.
That says that on every single zoning case that comes before the council.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for David? We can get David back up if at some point before we vote you'd like to hear from him.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, sir.
The traffic impact study that you're volunteering would be completed when, and when would that be available?
We'll complete it in short order. We will hire the consultant in short order and submit it to the city as soon as it's done.
How long would that take, would you expect?
I don't know what the schedule looks like for the traffic consultant. We will commit that we'll move forward as quickly as we can.
Would that not be another reason for a continuance if a traffic impact study is imminent, is coming, is paid for, and will be available for us to? We have an election in September for the general obligation bond. We have to make plans for what may or may not be required in terms of infrastructure investments, and that would be seemingly extremely valuable to us.
Well, it doesn't have any impact on the merits of this case. What it allows the city to have a long-term planning tool when GEO bond is going through or impact fees are collected. But it doesn't have any relevance to the ultimate outcome on this case. I mean, what the traffic study says is what it's going to say, and that's not going to change what we're willing to do. The fact that we're willing to pay for it and submit it to the city should be greeted, I think, favorably. No other developer stood at this podium and agreed to do that.
You don't believe it might show impacts to the infrastructure or the surrounding, the safety, as our transportation engineer was pointing out, or any other factors that the council might consider relevant?
Well, if it does, as we start developing and start generating impact fees, the council will have money to put towards it.
So I guess that goes to my next question. Is this a development that is going to require public assistance in the form of infrastructure investments? I mean, is that a given, or?
I don't believe so. I don't believe there's anything about this case that I've said that would lead you to believe that we're requesting it. I mean, this is a PUD. This is a zoning case.
If the street infrastructure can't handle the development, then presumably the taxpayers would have to come forward with public assistance at some point.
I think we're getting pretty far afield from the merits of a zoning case. We're having to make assumptions to get there. And as we stand here today, I do not believe there's been any request for public assistance. The request we've made is for a PUD. And we're going to donate a traffic study. And once we do, as impact fees are generated, the city will know what areas and what suggested changes might be needed.
Have you looked at permeable pavement or any other ways to minimize drainage or water runoff impacts?
So it's a specific plan. When we're actually getting ready to turn dirt, those are items that we can certainly address.
Okay. Pete, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I did. David, you go over for me the three uses that you detailed. I was reading another part of it, didn't catch the three of them.
So we're going to take out the alcoholic beverage retail sales, which is 8,300.5.
That's 0.05. I mean 0.5.
All right.
And the other one?
The other one is the drinking establishments sit-down alcohol permitted, which is 8,300.33.
33, okay. Let me ask you how many of these concessions that you made this morning had you made before today?
Say that one more time.
How many of these concessions, like the elimination of those two use items, like the no gaming deed reservation, like the payment of impact fees, how many of those were known to these people before you got up here today?
We've said no gaming as many times as we could.
Okay.
It's not permitted in the PUD. The concern was, well,
right.
What
I
if,
understand that,
so
but you've gone one step further and said you'll put a reservation in the deed. Okay, I understand.
The impact fees, I mean, that's just the way the city process works.
But this project wouldn't have to pay impact fees. It's going to get in under the wire unless you choose to pay them.
No, impact fees went into place January of 17.
You're not a planned project. You're in.
We're going to have to pay impact fees.
Well, how is that a concession?
No, it's not a concession. The concession is we're willing to do the traffic study. Every other developer now says, I don't have to spend $30,000 or $40,000.
Okay. Something worries me about the traffic study. If you're willing to do a traffic study, you must know that the traffic consultant you picked is going to say this is okay. You wouldn't be willing to do a traffic study and then submit it later if somebody wasn't going to say it's okay. We've had one traffic person here say it's not okay.
We don't know what it's going to say, but the concern was it hasn't been done.
Okay, if you don't know what it's going to say, what if it says huge infrastructure needs are needed, huge infrastructure change? I'm not trying to be difficult. I suspect that whatever happens, a continuance today even won't prevent this from happening. I think this is probably going to happen, but I do think that it can be done in a way that's more user friendly than this appears to have been done. You and I have had a conversation about it before, and I told you I was basically supportive of what I saw. But after seeing this many people today, I hate to phrase it this way, but I've been around here a long time, and I don't remember any time I saw this many people come down and protest that the council wouldn't give a continuance. Just for the purpose of letting people have an opportunity to have some of these things sink in. For example, I frankly think it's a relatively minor concession from their perspective, probably a bigger one from yours on the alcohol thing. I mean, that they probably don't appreciate that as much as that developer, the pain it causes him to give it up because there's money to be made doing that, and I understand that. But the impact fees are going to be paid anyway. The traffic impact study, I'm a little worried about a traffic impact study that comes after the approval. Now, I'm not going to be here.
But my point is, one's not even required. We don't have to do a study. It's the city's obligation with the passage of the impact fees. And so the fact that we don't even have to do
It's one of the big things that's been raised here today is impact on traffic.
Your Honor, could we hear
I'm
from
just troubled.
Eric? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm just troubled a little bit by the fact that with that being a big concern, expressed concern, there's going to be a traffic study. We've had one traffic engineer say today that she's looked at it and her findings are that it's not even a suitable use. And I understand
With
that.
all due respect,
I understand lawyers and
I have yet to see a study. It's one thing for somebody to...
All of us are susceptible to representing our clients, so I understand that. But it bothers me that traffic being the number one concern that's been raised, a traffic study is going to be done later, and we're asked to prove it today. That I've just laid that out there. Listen, this is not my first rodeo with these. I've seen these in rural areas where almost this many people showed up about a Family Dollar being put at 149th and Anderson. So I understand the not in my neighborhood stuff. I've lived with it now for 40 years. But I don't like it. I don't like the idea that we're not being as user friendly as we can.
Well, and here's our concern. Every time these chambers are full, I can tell you what their concerns are going to be. Traffic, noise, getting rid of the trees. I mean, and so it's nothing different than any other case that you and I have been involved in your ward or any other ward in this city. But the fact that traffic is a concern when we would have every right to say, well, the city is going to take care of it. We're going to pay a bunch of money in our impact fees. The city is in charge of planning. They're going to take care of it. But instead, we're going to donate a document that will fast-track the city's ability to know what might be needed. That should be something I would think would be received favorably by the council. No other developer has done it.
No, don't misunderstand me. I appreciate the traffic study. What I'm concerned about is the timing of the study versus passing this ahead of time. Well, what if the traffic study said you needed X, Y, and Z in terms of ingress, egress, slow down lanes, all those kind of things? What if it said that?
Well, there will be money through impact fees to put towards it. And again, we're going to have to come back for a specific plan. So the city and the Planning Commission will be armed with the findings of the traffic study when we go forward with a specific plan.
Right.
But I totally get your point. I don't think I've ever stood here and said I won't agree to a continuance. We agree to continue things all the time. But it's only if we think there's a reasonable middle ground to be reached. I don't believe that's the case here.
All right, Mark?
Yeah, at some point, Your Honor, when you think it's appropriate, I'd like to hear from Eric Winger on what's known about traffic in this area and what's known about the capacity of these roads in their current condition.
Okay. I think we ought to hear from the other side who brought a presentation.
At some point, I would like Mr. Kennedy to address a couple of the things that were brought up. But
okay,
we'll do it when
if you want to do that now, you can. Okay.
Dr. Shadid, I wanted to answer your question first about timing. I was really surprised when I first heard that someone asserted that there would be a casino there. We've never contemplated that. There's never been any discussion. Chickasaw Nation's involved in a lot of businesses, healthcare and chocolates and a lot of different businesses. And we worked with the nation to buy the Sportsman's Club, for instance, on 39th. And that was donated to be part of the MAPS project. So there was never a contemplation about that. And anytime we've spoken with anyone, we said, we'll do anything you want to give you that assurance. And at Councilman Pettis's neighborhood meeting, I stood up and I said, we'll give you any assurance in writing that there will not be a casino there. And Mr. Yost, just reiterated that today with us, but we've always said that. And also, we at that meeting, too, we also said we never contemplated putting a liquor store there, and we never contemplated putting a bar there. I learned the real estate business from John Kilpatrick, and the first thing he told me is, we will not have a liquor store in any of our shopping centers, and I've lived with that for 40 years. So I just wanted to point out to you, those were good questions that you were asking. If they were new or something that just came up today, those came up at the neighborhood meeting, and so we were just putting that in writing today. But those were assurances that we had given and promises that we agreed to make in writing. And so that was a question that you had asked. I just wanted to answer that.
Can I follow up, John? I think you've done everything that legally you had to do, the 300 feet, extending it out to 600 feet. I'd ask, and I'm sure you have the 5 votes to get this through. I mean, I think, though, that there's a level of civility, I guess, if you will, and just, if in this kind of area, going out 600 feet doesn't mean that much. And clearly there's like 425 protests. I mean, we really don't have that many projects that have 425 protesters. And I think it's maybe a little bit patronizing and simplistic to say that all the time that the council chambers are packed, that it comes down to 3 issues. The cross timbers are a unique environmental issue. We have testimony from Dr. King from University of Central Oklahoma. I mean, if the maximum number of people are engaged, they might give you feedback that helps. I mean, the most number of people looking at this and giving you feedback, somebody might come up with a good idea. I think you have the votes, I'm sure, to get this through, to do a continuance and maximize interaction with the neighborhood, make sure that there's not any other uses besides the 3 that we agreed on this morning that somebody thinks about that might be agreeable, or some other way to minimize the environmental impact. Dr. King couldn't be here today. I would have loved to have heard from him. Maybe somebody comes up with a good idea. I think that sometimes you have to go beyond the minimum legal requirement, which is the 600 feet, because in this case, clearly there were hundreds of people who really haven't got to think about it that long, just a few weeks, even though some people did, and you did perhaps everything that was legally required. There are hundreds of people that feel impacted and feel disenfranchised because they didn't get to interact with you maybe and process things. You can have like one town hall meeting like you guys had, and then people go home and think about it for a couple weeks, and they might come up with a good idea. So with all that, I guess I would implore that maybe there's just that there's a continuance and more interaction with the neighborhood. This is going to happen, I believe, but it can go forward in a much more civil and peaceful and maybe constructive way with that kind of interaction.
Thank you. We plan on being ongoing good neighbors, so we're not just looking for a vote today and we'll leave and not have ongoing dialogue with the neighbors. We plan to do that, and we've always done that. And there were 3 things that we ratified in writing today to clarify, but there were a lot of things taken out of that PUD during the process with the Cooks. Lance Cook, who spoke, is a great young lawyer who did a lot of work and coordinated with a lot of neighbors. So, but your point is well taken about to the to the north and the input. I'd just say this: I think the flyer that was passed out when the signatures were gathered talked a lot about gaming, and I just think that was unfair. I really do. I think that was unfair, and I think it was somewhat slanderous towards the Chickasaw Nation to put that in writing in a flyer when we had always let people know that that would not be there. So that's an issue, and we sure don't want to patronize anybody, and we want to have an ongoing neighborhood, good relationship with the neighborhood I've lived in my house for 30 years, and I've always got along with my neighbors, and I apply that same principle to our business. So I just, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not good at this, but I just wanted to clarify to you that those weren't just new points today that, related to your question.
But if this develops, do you think there would be further development around it? Would it be the impetus for further development in the tracks south, east, and
That was actually a question that was raised at the neighborhood meeting, and the question specifically was, have you talked to any neighbors about buying their property? Do you have any plans further in the neighborhood? And the answer to both of those questions was and is no. So we have not talked to any other neighbors. We have no plans, nor will we develop anything else. Originally, there was another developer, I believe either Mrs. Cook or Lance pointed out, was another developer that they had talked to, which we didn't know about, that was negotiating with the bank. And that's when Mr. Warren, that's whom Mr. Warren was working with. So we actually bought this property because there is an associate of the Chickasaw Nation that wanted to build a very natural-feeling campus. That's why we're preserving 30 acres of trees. In the staff report, they asked that we plant trees just like the ones we're preserving. All the turnpike trees will stay. There were representations in writing that there was some kind of a secret deal to take those trees. I built an apartment complex for the Chickasaw Nation down in Thackerville, where we built 2-story apartments around an 8-acre park. It's like Place de Vosges in Paris. It's a beautiful natural development. That's the way they want to do things. And that's the way we have, there's a PUD on the books right now. We have doubled the green space that is legally in today's PUD that exists. So we plan on, our intention initially was to build, this office and to keep the trees and preserve the natural beauty of the property. Another thing, if you go over by I-35 around 15th Street, you'll see a development where the very first thing that happened was a bulldozer came in and leveled the entire property. We don't plan on impacting the topography of the property at all. So I think our heart's in the same place yours is. I follow your career. I know what your concerns are, and I believe that those are our concerns too.
So if you're responsible environment, I guess the question is from somebody involved in real estate for so many years, would your development spur, because it seems like the real environmental impact would be if your development spurs further development south, maybe not from yourself, but somebody else comes and buys that land and then starts to tear down the trees and has all that, and we lose all this.
Yeah, Dr. Shadid, I think the best answer to that question lies right in this room with the Cooks, with Lance, who with his young family, I think he's in his early mid-30s, who's built just south of there, whose mother lives on the corner, who grew up on the corner. I don't think that's their intention at all. And we bought this property from a bank, from a failed development that they had foreclosed on. And if you go up there, our biggest fight right now is to keep it from being a dump, a city dump. That's the activity on this property right now. And Mrs. Cook would, I think, confirm that, and anybody that lives surrounding the area. Sorry, I didn't mean to take up so much time.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's good.
All right. Lana, you and Porter want to, is Porter going to join you?
It just went well. First, I want to say one thing.
Well, how long is this? I didn't know we're going to get into multiple presentations. How long do you think this is going to take?
A while. It's about as long as they had. Because you know what?
Well, just give me a distance. Just give me a time.
30 minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes for the combined. Is that right? 30 minutes total between the two of you?
Oh, definitely. No less, no more. Certainly not. I don't think it will be that long.
Okay, that's fine.
She's in charge.
Well, no, she's not, actually. But 30 minutes is fine.
I'm appalled by what I've heard before you today. I've heard some builders come in with the assurance they've got it bought, that they can throw money at the project.
I can't hear you. Would you mind pulling the microphone down? Oh, I can't hear you very well.
Thank you.
Short people have to deal with that.
That they can come in, they can big time it, they can tell you what they're going to do, they can tell you what they're not going to do, they can tell you they'll give you money if you just let it go. I have never seen anything like this. The arrogance of these developers ought to tell you exactly one reason why we don't want them there. We don't want them, but it wouldn't make any difference. They don't plan to do a development for us. The little theater alone, they call it a boutique theater. They told the neighbors it's a boutique theater. 16 movie theaters, all in one, 16 different screens, all with drinking, and they don't favor liquor. Excuse me. Number two, if they had some agreement to make, they did. They met with 4 people who were just right around the project, right around it, who didn't live in a reasonable sized area. They lived in a horrendous area. I don't know what they promised them, and I don't care. It doesn't make me a bit of difference. But I'll tell you what, they didn't meet with the 400 people I represented. They didn't meet with any of these people that you've heard here today. We didn't hear any of this stuff. And you know what? I would frankly be a little bit skeptical of any land or a traffic study that he would provide you. Because what I've heard here today, I wouldn't trust anything. I trust this city. The city of Oklahoma City has been a place where we came to. We live here. We follow the rules. We did everything we're supposed to do to object to this, and we want to be heard on it. We think we need to see the plat. We need to see all of the plat. We need to see where the parking lots are going to be. We need to see where retail establishments are going to be. We don't have that. We should be able to see it before we have to protest. We didn't. We offer you one suggestion. Make them resubmit the thing in whole if you do it at all. Make them tell you everything they're going to put in. How can you evaluate a shopping center that you don't know all the consequences? It's absolutely outrageous. We've sat here and I frankly heard them talk many times about things, and I think they speak with forked tongue. That's all I can say. They have not told you a word of truth. And we come to you in reliance on everything that you've done in the past. We believed you when you said you were going to do a plan in Oklahoma. We believed you when you said you were going to leave some areas for development. We believed you when you said you were going to let some urban low residential housing exist. We believed you when you said you wouldn't mix them with retail developments. We believed you. And you know what? We believed you when you said that you would give just enough notice that we would all be heard. I represent the people who are not heard. Part of them live in that district. They live right around the deal. But they're just a little bit, few feet outside. So they didn't count. They didn't get in on the meetings. There's only a small handful of people that are on the meetings, and I don't have any idea what they said. But I'll tell you one thing. When this guy comes riding in with his billfold open and tells you what he'll do for you, I'd watch out. Because that's not the way this business of this city is supposed to be run. Yes, we have 460, actually we have 660 pages now. We represent the homeowners of every addition that lines the Kilpatrick, north of them, all along there. We have signatures of people all in the southern part of that. We have signatures all of people all around. And they all felt the same. They just wanted to be left alone. They wanted to take you at your word. They believed in the maps. They believed in the plans. They believed in the plan of Oklahoma. and they live it today. I think that, number one, I don't want to bring this up, I guess I need to. Before any decision is made, I think Councilman Pettis should be disqualified. Councilman Pettis should be disqualified. And the reason has been said in the petition that's been filed with you. I don't want to belabor it. I'm not intending to embarrass him. I don't intend to do anything. But he has met repeatedly with them, and he has received money. And it was legal for him to receive the money. But you've got to wonder where his heart is. He doesn't come to this council unbiased, and that's what's required, unbiased. And that means you don't favor commercial or residential. You don't favor buildings over houses. You don't favor any kind of facility at all. We got. I have left. You have left. Put this on your thing, on your overhead.
Can't do that.
Okay. Let me just show it to you. This is your MAPS city plan. And it's color-coded for people like me. So we can well understand it and exactly what it is. And all of this theme park was designed by you, the rural, agricultural, and single-family housing. That's how the whole edition started out. All the industrials off the year, all the, there's no retail in there. It's all plain, it's all displayed right here, all scanned. It's property that was set aside.
Mind going back to the microphone? Sorry, we just can't hear you if you're not at the mic. Thank
Every
you.
one of us live within that property boundary. Every one of us. And I'm not just concerned about the traffic. I'm ultra concerned about the traffic because this is a problem. It's a very bad problem. I'm also concerned about the water flood. You realize the properties to the north all have water which floods down into that floodplain. It's barely able to hold it now. But you wait until you see 110 acres of concrete pour into it. Have they told you what they're going to do to protect our property? No. No. Where's the money for our plan for that? Who's going to tell us what's going to happen with that? There are so many problems inherent with this. There's a school right to the south of them, elementary school, planned, plotted, reserved by you. They're going to have this big facility in front of it, though. And you know what? I don't believe them when they said they came in to help the community. I don't believe them when they said they came in to help the neighbors. I don't believe them when they say all these things to you. They came in for the same reason they go in every place they go, money. And they showed their contempt for us and their love of money today in the way that they talk to you. I cannot ask you any stronger than, one, read my things, but two, I just ask you to read what the Department of Highways, Department of Transportation, the property that they own. It's involved too. And I'll tell you what, I'll save you some time. I'll forgo restating my petition because I rely upon every one of you on your oath, even you, Mr. Pettis, to read what we said and to read what you've done. And if you can in good conscience do this, I still vote, I ask that you vote to only do it after they produce the full thing, the full plan, all the way. We've had every single study that the law allows by the Planning Commission, and then we act on this. Until then, I ask that we continue. Thank you.
So may I ask a question, please? We've talked about what the outcome of a continuance might be. We've heard from the other side that they're not convinced that a continuance will change the outcome of this discussion. How do you, would you answer that for me? Do you think there's
Sure.
something that can
It will
happen?
destroy it.
I'm sorry?
It will destroy the atmosphere of the community. Have you all been up there?
I didn't hear what you said. It will destroy what?
They will you were asking what it would do to our way
I
of
want to
life?
know if a continuance, if you believe that a continuance would make a difference.
Would make a difference for us because we would have time to prepare. We have not had but a week and a half or 2 weeks to come before you. They've had, how long have they had? A year.
Well, okay. So you believe that you might be able to come to some kind of an agreement with the developer that would make you all, that would satisfy you all?
Well,
it's kind of a yes or no question.
That would depend. I'd have to hear them and see that they're in good faith.
Okay.
But I like them, okay? He stood here and told you that if they couldn't have that theater, that boutique theater that has 500 parking lots, they wouldn't go any further. So if they won't yield, then we won't have anything to do with the bargain.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
But if they do, then maybe we can.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, mayor, city manager, it's been a long day, probably longer than you anticipated, but this is a very serious issue. My name's Porter Davis. I live at 1624 Tall Trees Way, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and I'm a lifelong Oklahoma City area person. I've lived in this neighborhood area for 25 years of my life. I love it and I appreciate it. Development's always inevitable. There's nothing about what we're talking about that is anti-development. The question that is posed by Plan OKC, which governs all deliberations here, is not whether we should have development or not have development. The question is how we will do development in Oklahoma City and will it be appropriate to the areas of the city and with the cooperation of the neighborhoods in a way that the neighborhoods are nourished and not hurt, in a way that neighborhoods can be revitalized and improved, and citizens brought together and to preserve all the various areas of the city. This is a very unique area of the city. In fact, as I've looked at the maps are quite telling. Up on the yellow is where the proposed development is supposed to go, and this is Eastern. This is 63rd Street, Kelly, Interstate 35 corridor. I've dubbed this the Cross Timbers Triangle because there's nothing, absolutely nothing of the magnitude of what's being proposed here in any of this area. And there's a good reason. This is the same area where the city fathers, before they had Google Maps, used survey instruments and they saw what kind of development was good wherever. And they realized that this area here, where all these cross timbers trees are, which are not good for lumber, are part of the ecosystem that Plan OKC says we need to preserve. This map here is using the map on Plan OKC's website, and I've put layers on it, showing again in yellow the outline of the proposed PUD, and showing where it's vitally involved in the Cross Timbers area, the aquifer recharge, and riparian areas. The entire Cross Timbers, in case you don't know, goes from below Fort Worth up through central Texas, up through central Oklahoma, and into Kansas. Might even cover Wichita. I don't know, but it could be covering Wichita, where Warren Theaters is based. And it's a very fragile infrastructure. It needs to be preserved. The whole area, as you can see here, drains into reservoirs and then into refurbishing the Garber-Wellington aquifer, upon which so many central Oklahomans not only depend upon their water today and will for many generations to come. Plan OKC was adopted, signed by Mayor Cornett in July of 2015, and every sitting council person's name was on it. I imagine everybody else here had their name on it someplace. This is to be the document that guides our decisions. The problem that became glaring to me when I saw the deficiencies of the staff report, and they are because they're not sensitive to the clear common sense view of what's going on here,
is that we passed a great Plan OKC that's very visionary and lots of lofty goals because of the poor development decisions that have been made in this council over many, many decades. It cost over $1 million easily, I'm sure, plus tens of thousands of hours of volunteer time. And the problem I have found out about, Lori Paralia, who spoke earlier about Plan OKC, is submitting 15 pages of annotated selections from Plan OKC where the way this development has been proposed and run through violates various provisions of Plan OKC. And so the problem, how could that happen? Is it because of ill will of the people in the Planning Commission and the Department Commission? No. What we have is we have a lofty new plan that's visionary, but we're using old procedures to deal with it. The procedures, the infrastructure, if you will, of the process is just as antiquated as the infrastructure of 4-lane Eastern that I happen to drive most of the way here on today to 63rd Street, and I can tell you, Councilman Pettis, we need to get Eastern resurfaced. And there's only 4 lanes there. They say it's a major arterial, but it's not even like the one stretch of Hefner they made 4 lanes. It's a lot worse. So we're using procedures to approve and review that are not adequate to the job we have. I have put together in a mailer that I put out 10 objections to the development based upon Plan OKC and other aspects of it. Out of those 10, none of the 10 have to deal with the possibility of a gaming facility. That's just listed as an afterthought there because we know councils change, laws change, and zoning changes. That's what this is about today, is a zoning change. There could be a new PUD next year and a new PUD after that and a new one after that. And what about when the cooks sell out? Who's going to buy that? What about when the property values start going down for residential because this kind of high-intensity development kills the neighborhood? That's a problem. This development is clearly inappropriate for the area. There is nothing like it there. Main Event Entertainment Center, the closest thing like that, is about 1/3 of the proposed size of the Warren Theater, and it's almost 4 miles away. There's plenty of land on Broadway Extension where they're talking about putting in a new Flicks Brew House. West of Broadway Extension in the Plains, drive out past MacArthur. Those people would love to have a Warren Theater out there. And there's plenty of room to do it without disrupting our infrastructure. But this, as others have pointed out, using a 300 or 600-foot standard to say who are the immediate neighbors that we need to notify flies in the face of Plan OKC. If you look at the streets that are involved in handling the traffic here, most of these are 2-lane roads. And we're going to have more traffic on Hefner coming from I-35, more traffic on 122nd. Charles, would you just hold that, please, and flip it over? More traffic on 122nd, more traffic on Memorial, more traffic on Coltrane, more traffic on Bryant. What I have here is this same map showing about 15 to 20 square miles, and I'm showing you what the streets, Charles, just hold it if you would, please, just move that aside. What I'm showing you here, these are all the 2-lane roads, marked in red. The yellow are 4-lane roads. 122nd doesn't even go through. What kind of infrastructure is going to be demanded? If this had a full build-out today, with 8 acres of Warren Theater, 12 acres of retail, and 60 acres of 3-story office buildings, if you pass that today, it would be like giving your approval to using a country road as a runway for jumbo jets. The infrastructure is not there today. And the last time I checked with anybody with city council, they said, we're broke. We don't even have enough money for normal operations, and we're putting together a big bond package between $400 million and $1.4 million to try to resurface all the streets that have been neglected because downtown development, Bricktown, and other great ideas. But this is the time not to be expanding infrastructure into the country where we have horse farms and agriculture and single-family residences and things like that. But we'd be happy if you'd just pave or repave Eastern, redo 122nd. But bringing a lot of destination traffic into this area, people who have nothing invested in this makes 0 sense. And to do that would show that both the Chickasaw Nation and the Warren Theater are bad neighbors. Talk to the people that live here. It's a 9 square mile area beyond the immediate impact zone, which Charles and I live in, which will be just blown out like ground zero. But on beyond that, as the congestion gets worse and more people come in, those property values in that 9 square mile area are going to be devalued. We need to bring everybody into this nation, into this conversation. The Chickasaw Nation, if they determined to be good neighbors, could do a development here that met the needs of the neighbors in the neighborhood. What a novel idea. Since this is obviously agricultural, rural, and residential, why don't we ask the neighbors, especially in a 2 or 3 mile radius, what would you like to have here? You want some nice single-story, attractive single offices where mom and dad can work together and maybe a great little daycare center or something? Let's talk about it. See what the neighbors want. Do the neighbors want a Warren Theater with 14 screens and restaurants with alcohol pouring out at night onto dark streets? I would bet not. You know, my heart goes out to the people that are in this 300-foot perimeter. I'll just tell you, when I first talked to them, they almost sounded like abuse victims. They had one mantra: development is inevitable here because of the Kilpatrick. It could be a whole lot worse. Councilman Pettis told one of my neighbors it could be a pig farm or a car lot. You know, that's what we're looking at right now. It could be a whole lot better. Let's do a development that the people in the neighborhoods praise and say, wow, the Chickasaws took this vacant land here and did something great that serves those of us who live here. Not that they came in and made a killing by killing our neighborhood. So I would ask that today you would at the very least do a continuance and not take this. We've got to pass the bill before we can read the bill, and tell them to take their PUD back to the drawing board, and all this stuff they've found out about suddenly that people are upset about, they can work with that and other things, and this is where I see, Councilman Salyer, there's a compromise. Let's do a development here that people want and need. That sounds like a compromise to me. This is one of the most master negotiators in the whole country. I admire him greatly for his skill. He knows that. Let's bring the people together. But this has been absolutely sneaked through. John Kennedy, the developer, was in my house 9/10 of a mile from the development for Thanksgiving dinner. This was about 3 months after he bought the property. Guess what was never a topic of conversation then? Guess what was never a topic of conversation in December when I was at my sister's house and he was there for Christmas? Sneaking through? Well, I think so. The other thing I would just like to bring up is, as I've investigated all of this, and I have several exhibits I'm going to have, I began to wonder why Councilman Pettis was such an obvious cheerleader for this development. He didn't have a town meeting until 1 week ago, and that's because we got mad as we could be. He never, ever, ever came out here and talked to our people. We had him at the Neighborhood Association meeting in January. On December the 5th, Councilman Pettis got a $2,700 check from the Chickasaw Nation. And they like him so much that they didn't even give a donation to any candidates for any of the other races, 3 other races. They think he is really an on-the-ball councilman. And 2 days later, the law firm that Mr. Box is with filed their PUD application. That is really a coincidence. So I started looking through Councilman Pettis' financial disclosure reports. It looks like his source of income is a bogus sham corporation, but only a ethics investigation will cover that. I also looked at his campaign and expenditures reports. Out of 95 individual contributions, he left off on all 95. They're required by state law. You've all filled them out. Employer and occupation. That is systematic, egregious violation of state campaign laws. When you go on and look at his expenditures, where they're supposed to show a category in detailed and have addresses, most of them didn't have addresses for B&B Barbecue, $3,000 food. Who's B&B Barbecue? You know, I'm just appalled. I mean, I'm happy on the one hand the City Council chose to post the last 2 years' campaign finance reports on their website. But when somebody that has had to learn about the law a lot in the last 3 weeks looks at it and thinks, how can the city take these reports in and not even go, gee, Councilman Pettis, you left off half the required information? There is something wrong here. I don't know if we even have an ethics division for compliance with the council, but it seems like you could do a checklist for somebody in the clerk's office and say, check and see if they're complete. If they're not, ask them to resubmit and amend it. But as of this date, none of them have been amended. So I filed this complaint with the Ethics Commission and the city last Thursday as a result of his actions with respect to this. So I would urge you today, at the very least, to pay attention to your Plan OKC, because if you vote on this today with all the documented ways that we have violated, that the whole process has violated the intent, the spirit, and the letter of Plan OKC, you're voting to break the law that you're bound to follow because of state law. I know Mayor Cornett's done a great job here for 12 years. We have a big league city here. But I would imagine with what I've heard you're looking at doing, state law and its validity is rather important. And you signed this document right here, Plan OKC, page 1 of 422 pages. So let's do the right thing today, and at the very least, let's continue this thing till we can really begin to develop the procedures to do it right. Or I would even ask the developers to withdraw it, and if they don't, I would urge you to kill it and tell them to come back with a better idea, which is certainly possible.
All right. Porter, thanks.
Thank you.
Look for the council for some direction here. Do anybody want to make a motion one way or the other? We've had a lot of things, proposals pulled out on the table.
Quick question. Can we have Aubrey to talk about Plan OKC?
Yeah.
And Eric to talk about traffic and infrastructure, please, and drainage.
Okay. Good afternoon, Aubrey.
Good afternoon, Aubrey Hammond, Tree Planning Director. Ooh, that scared me. I thought it was full. As you know, Plan OKC is our overarching land use plan and development guide. It is a broad-based plan that we used in development review. The policies that are in Plan OKC we apply based on the area of the city that it is within, and we have a chapter that we consult when we do development review. So the part of the city that this project is in is called the urban low-intensity area, which does allow pretty much any type of land use to exist, and as those land uses come into the city for request for rezoning proposals, we look at that in conformance with this plan. So the plan highlights questions that we have to resolve. And yes, it does have a lot of recommendations about public process, meeting with neighbors, considering all kinds of things with a development proposal because the land uses can be so broad. So as our staff looked at this area and evaluated it, we have to consider things like the infrastructure has full services. It is considered an urban area. It is considered a place that could urbanize with many different combinations of uses. The street typology, which does support higher intensity uses on an arterial street and on an interstate turnpike. The Cross Timbers ecosystem, which exists on this site, which calls a flag in the air to look at those trees to see which areas have environmental preservation and natural habitat that exist. So all of those features that Plan OKC called out were evaluated by staff and were brought forward to Planning Commission. Part of the process with Plan OKC is to have a public dialogue, to have neighborhoods come together to work with applicants to help achieve greater conformance with the vision of the plan. And that happens through the public process. So the public process may have some shortcomings in that not everybody who is affected by a property is within the legal notification boundary. But the public process also allows people to find out about it and come speak before Planning Commission and come speak before council to express concerns about specific development proposals. So therefore, I do think that this comprehensive plan gives guidance to this deliberation, to this decision-making process. The nuts and bolts of Plan OKC is very subjective because it is a long-range land use plan, and not every scenario can be described in detail of how the response should turn out. So I think part of this is honoring the intent of Plan OKC just by the presence of these people being here and representing their concerns to you. And if you have any specific questions about the comprehensive plan, the land use typology, the environmental conservation designation, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Thanks, Aubrey. Eric?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Eric Winger, Public Works Director for Oklahoma City. So I know there's been a number of questions this morning about the current infrastructure, and I can respond to traffic and drainage most specifically and answer additional questions. So if we reference the drawing that's still on screen, when we look at Eastern Avenue, it is a 4-lane arterial street. It is asphalt paved. It does have a pavement condition of 50. So as we've talked about pavement condition numbers, it's a 50, so it's in fair condition. Does it need resurfacing? It does. Do we have a project for it currently? We do not. But we would look at these types of projects, as we've talked about our next bond issue, as potential resurfacing. Northeast 122nd, it actually has a much lower PCI. It's currently at a 28. It is a 2-lane, more rural type. It's actually a minor arterial, but it does not have full curb and gutter, but it is, at least on a street typology, a minor arterial. So as we look at it from a traffic's perspective, we do have a major arterial, we have a minor arterial, and the traffic counts on each of those. Currently, Eastern is running about 8,300 vehicles per day. It's 4-lane. So typically, we would look at a number around 7,500 for the capacity or something that would be desired by Oklahoma City. So there's plenty of capacity when we look at an 8,300 vehicle per day count today versus the 4 lanes that's there. On a typical 4-lane, we could expect to see numbers as high as 20,000 vehicles a day before we actually see losses of service. On the 122nd Street, as it was mentioned, the vehicle count on 122nd is quite low. It's currently about 1,800 vehicles per day, and that probably is attributed to the fact that it does not extend to the west of Eastern. So it only goes between Eastern and Bryant and further east. Some of the other factors that are in the area, there is a signalized off-ramp and on-ramp for the Kilpatrick Turnpike, which is at the northwest corner of this site. That's a signal that's already installed. When we looked at the plan as a part of the staff's review of the PUD, all of those items were taken into consideration. So again, as previously mentioned, we did not have any negative comments to offer at this point. But again, so many of the city's ordinances, impact fees, future reviews are going to be based on plans that are submitted that have those details subject to city staff and ultimately council approval. To talk about impact fees just briefly, since we're talking about traffic, I think we are encouraged to hear that there's an opportunity to have the developer submit an impact study, which would give us some advanced information as we start to make city plans. When we talked about impact fees and actually the city starting to do impact studies, those were going to be funded from collected fees in each of the benefit areas, and we are getting ready to gauge the engineers for those. So we do not have the studies today. But one of the things excluded from impact fees was site-specific traffic improvements. So I mentioned those. Should we find in a traffic study that there are regional traffic needs that are needed in the area, perhaps additional signalization improvements at the Turnpike, perhaps signalization at 122nd and Eastern, perhaps additional widenings of 122nd or other roads, those are things that you could expect that impact fees would pay for. However, should any of the proposed driveways off of Eastern service only the development specifically, impact fees would not necessarily be subject to site-specific traffic improvements. And so should we find that a dedicated left turn lane into the new development, a right-hand deceleration lane, or perhaps possibly signalization of that driveway, we would actually look more towards the developer to help provide that because it's site-specific to the development and not regional. I think I can answer questions on that if there are any. And then the last comment, Councilman, I think that we need to address is, of course, the drainage. Right now, the drainage, there's not a formal study in the area. We would be reliant upon the engineers submitting the drainage plans for us to fully review those once they're made available. From our history, we do not show a history of drainage complaints in the area. There is a considerable amount of floodplain that is here. So there's obviously going to be limitations on what can be done in the floodway and into the floodplain, and those comments have been submitted as a part of the staff report. So we're really relying heavily on the engineering information once the development, if approved, would be submitting actual formal plans for approval. But today, we really are limited to what you have in your agenda packet, and that's pretty much what we've also seen. So I offer those general comments.
Thank you, Eric. All right. Kenny, I got one question for you. Kenny, this relates to if the council was to deny this applicant, this application, the applicant can file in district court. And if the applicant files in district court, what are our chances of winning or losing in district court?
You mean if the council denied the application? Yes. Well, our staff report, our planning staff report is favorable to it, and both the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission recommended it for approval, so we would not have a real good chance based on the evidence in front of us. Now, the protestants, even if you approve it, they can go to district court. They can file a case within 30 days to challenge the approval in district court. So essentially, the protestants would be our witnesses, would be it.
May I ask a question about procedure? What we're being asked to do today is approve a zoning change, correct?
Correct.
But we are not being asked to approve the plan. So this needs to come back.
It will go back to Planning Commission for specific plan stage. So the details of things as we move forward will still go back to public hearing at the Planning Commission. What you're being asked to approve is a PUD in the master design statement that will guide Planning Commission as they see each specific plan application as it comes forward.
But each one of those plans is required to be approved by the Planning Department.
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it come back to this body?
It does not.
Or just the Planning Commission? Planning
Commission.
Okay, that's one question. My second question, David, or somebody, is help me understand what the what is currently allowable under PUD 1156.
It is a mixture of office and residential. The area that we have designated as commercial under 1156 is designated for office. The area east of the office and what we seek to have commercial is residential. However, there is more intrusion into the cross timbers. The PUD in place now has a master development map that would allow significant tree cutting where we have designated as common area.
How long has PUD 1156 been in place?
It was approved, I happen to have a copy right here,
Right.
by this body August 15th, 2006.
And do you know what the neighbor's opinion of that PUD was at the time?
I don't. It was before my time, but I know that my father actually represented the case. I believe the Cooks could speak with more clarity. The Cooks, I'm sure, were involved in that. In fact, the streets you see, they're already cut. They're already paved. I mean, the development was moving along and then failed.
Right.
And so those streets will be maintained. But
I was up there on Friday afternoon. I spent about an hour driving between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday. And it was a beautiful day. It's a beautiful piece of property. Very, very little traffic at the time. It was incredibly peaceful and allowed me lots of opportunity to drive north and south. And I had no difficulty making turns and entering both north and south on Eastern, on 122nd. For the sense of full disclosure, Mark Gardner, who's here, is the husband of one of my employees, and Mark lives right up on Revelry Road. I did drive up there, Mark, to try to take a look down on the theater, so I've tried to get an idea about what this is like. And just a comment, I'm not quite sure where to go, but a comment is that we frequently have to decide on a project that is, my grammar's going to be terrible here, but less bad than what is available, than what could happen otherwise. And I heard somebody reference something to that a little bit earlier, Charles, maybe it was you or somebody that said, a comment about people being just sort of having a pat response that this is better than something else that could happen. That actually is reality a lot of times. I mean, we live in a community that's experiencing a tremendous amount of development. This site is literally on the corner of a 4-lane arterial section line and a turnpike with access. I mean, I think it's very hard to imagine that development of some type is not going to happen here. A personal comment is that I have a home in extremely close proximity to Remington Park, Frontier City, that was referenced earlier, and Tinseltown. I can assure you that property values have not been diminished in that neighborhood. I guess those are just some of my comments. This is a very complicated case. I would share, I think, all of our council's opinion that I don't believe I've ever, in 8.5 years, been involved in a case that had this many protesters. And I certainly appreciate all of the concern and am grateful that you all are here and have given up 3.5 hours of your time. So I think I'll stop there.
John, where do you want to go with this?
David, can you go back up? Quick question. So if the council was to pass this, this is passing what again?
The zoning.
The zoning, but it also includes the design statement, correct?
Correct. What it's passing is PUD 1630, but also the requirement then that we go back for a specific plan.
And that plan goes to who?
Planning Commission. It's a formal submittal with the Development Services staff on the 9th floor at 420 West Main. They process the application and put it on a public agenda to be heard by the Planning Commission.
Would your client, if this passes, commit to making sure that the neighbors north of the turnpike is fully engaged in that plan?
Yes, sir.
Now, for clarification, the Ward 7 Planning Commissioner lives in the Oaks. Oaks 3, which is the nearest Oaks addition closest to this particular development. And so my plea to the neighbors, if this passes, please work with the applicant, please work with the Planning Commissioner. The Planning Commissioner, the Ward 7 Planning Commissioner, lives in Oaks 3. He supported this. He's one of you all's neighbors. So I just wanted to point that out. There was some involvement with the neighborhoods north.
How long will it take, Lana?
Just a second.
I've got a technology issue here. If we don't vote soon, we're going to have to call a recess.
No, I would ask.
Hold on, Lana. The technology that records the broadcast has to be reset when it reaches a 4-hour period.
Okay.
So.
I just want to take 1 second.
Okay. You got 1 second.
I have filed an objection to him participating at all in this action, and I would ask that you consider that very, very seriously.
Okay. Thank you, Lana. All right, John?
Can I ask one quick, I'm sorry, just on the uses, fast food, drive-through restaurants, those are allowed, or?
Yes, sir.
Any restriction on that, or the number,
the hours? We restrict the hours.
So you could have any number of fast food restaurants with drive-through?
Well, the size alone, is going to restrict it. But, it's not the intent to have,
If I may, my understanding of the PUD is that's only in the northern part of Track 2A. Track 2B, those are not uses that would be allowed in Track 2B.
That's right. That's correct. It's not allowed in the entirety of the commercial. In Track 2A, right here. Just the size of the land would restrict it.
John?
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 7-1.
Thank you.
I'm going to call for a recess so we can reset our technology, and I need to talk to the Vice Mayor about my appearance.
The council, we have returned. I ask that you would please take your conversations outside of the chamber. Again, the council has returned. We have an issue that we must take care of right now, and that is 9G, 9H, and 9I. Mr. Manager.
Kenny Soodle and Craig Freeman can come up and brief us on this quick. We had a bond sale this morning of $90,500,000 and a refunding done this morning, and we got great results. And Craig's
so the refunding, we're just getting the authorization.
Right.
Right. So we're just getting the authorization on the refunding still, and the but we did have the GO bond sale. So the competitive sale is items H and I. And that's the ordinance and the award of sale. We do need the emergency on the ordinance, but J.P. Morgan won the bid at a bid of 2.84. It's 2.842165, and the highest bid, we got 8 bids. It was very competitive. It's a little bit lower than what we even anticipated, so we're really pleased with it. We had the high bid was 2.98, but there were 8 bids on it, so it's a very successful sale. I think it's a tribute to the council and your leadership, the AAA bond rating, all of those things that we've discussed previously, and so I think it put us in a very good position, and very pleased with the award of the sale.
Craig, that's awesome, given that we've had 2 rate increases since I think our last bond sale. That's really impressive.
How does that compare with last year or previous years?
So last year was 2.49, which in our knowledge is the lowest that we've ever had, and really it's a relationship to the market, and the market has risen. And so when you looked at the relationship of the 2.49 compared to the market and this one's actually even a little bit better in relation to the market and where the market's moved. So it's really following in part of it's on our bond rating and how they value us, but it's also moving where the market is for these types of bonds.
The Feds have raised the interest rates since.
Sure. Yeah. Do you know kind of what we've averaged over the life of the 2007 bond? Or
I don't know that.
We can get that for you,
I can get it for
Councilman,
you,
because again, a lot of it is related to the market, and but we can certainly get that information.
The last 2 or 3 have been below 3, but it's been, since 2007, I think there's been some that have been over 3 as well. Okay. So we'll have to get that average for you.
I mean, I think there's been a 50 basis points rise in the interest rates since this, and that number is just slightly over 25, so that's really impressive.
So the plan will be for these bonds, so when we get these 2 items approved, they'll close on May the 10th.
All right, thank you, Craig, and thank you for all your hard work and your staff hard work. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
And it passes. Do we need to do a motion for 9H?
Okay, that was 9H.
Okay.
G authorized the refunding, and that's a refunding of 2008 bonds.
Okay. So can I get a motion on 9I? And it is with the emergency. Okay, emergency separate vote. And it passes. Can I get a motion for the emergency? And it passes.
Did we do G? No. Let's do G too, and then we can release our financial people, if that's all right with the council.
Yeah. Motion that we approve item G.
And that passes.
Thank you.
Now moving on to A3, and this is in Ward 6.
Already? Sorry, I thought we were on A2. This item, A3, is a project at 1639 Northwest 15th Street, recommended for approval. There was one small protest, but I think that item has been resolved. It had to do with parking. This is a mixed-use development that Jeff Struble is doing in the Plaza District. I've walked it. It looks like a terrific project, and it does help address some of the parking problems that we have in the area, and I would move approval.
Is anyone here wishing to speak on this item? And this item passes. Next is A49A4, which is Spud 951, 1132 Northwest 7th Street, from R3 medium density residential, R4 general residential, and I2 moderate industrial district to Spud 951. And this item is in Ward 6.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a long-standing business in this part of town. Schwab Meat Company's been there for many years. They are requesting this SPUD so that they can expand both the wholesale and the retail meat packaging and distribution center that's over there. There were no protests. There were a couple of TIs, and the applicant has approved of those, and the document has been amended accordingly. This was recommended by staff, and I would move approval.
Is anyone here wishing to speak on this item? This item passes. Moving on to 9B, and this is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, which is CE 950, closing 1 foot of utility easement extending 115.60 feet west from South May Avenue, 3005 South May Avenue. This item is in Ward 3.
Has anybody signed up?
No, sir.
Okay. This is a deal that is to clear a slight encroachment of an existing building. Since there's no protest, I move for approval.
And is anyone here speaking on, who want to speak on this item? This item passes. Next is item 9C, which is an ordinance on final hearing related to hotel tax.
We do have 2 citizens.
And we do have 2 citizens to sign up to speak. Jeff from the Hotel Association.
Hello. Jeff Penner, 1496 East Interstate Drive, Norman, Oklahoma. Mayor and City Council, appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, and Councilman White, our association certainly thanks you for your years of public service. 13 years ago, I stood before you asking you to increase the tax on our industry. That's something that you don't see very often. The results today of that visit have been notable. You have the finest horse equine show facilities in the world at State Fair Park, and the formation of an alliance, a partnership, if you will, between our Oklahoma City hotels and you, the city, took place. Today, I ask you to treat us as a partner. Please do not single out our industry concerning this credit card surcharge. No other city entity collects this credit card fee. Utility payments, city-owned rentals, green fees. Even this morning when I parked and used my credit card to pay for parking, did the city charge me a processing fee. The Treasurer's Office is going to say, well, it comes from the general fund, but let's not get into a shell game here. An expense is an expense no matter what fund is involved. Our hotels have to pay this credit card fee on all of our customers, as do other businesses. It is simply the cost of doing business. The city runs many businesses, and we ask that it act accordingly. Again, if you choose to single us out, then at least be fair and charge everyone the fee, not just a single industry. You know, all this discussion is about what amounts to 0.002666 is what the Treasury Department tells us this fee amounts to. We're talking about a mountain out of a molehill here. Something that is much more deserving for today's conversation is the need for our city's finance department to aggressively go after third-party online travel agents. Expedia, Orbitz, Trivago, you can't watch television without being bombarded by their ads. This city is leaving hundreds of thousands of non-collected sales tax and occupancy tax dollars on the table. This is more money that could help fund our Convention and Visitors Bureau And since I've mentioned them, let me publicly state that CVB President Michael Carrier and his great staff do an outstanding job. We are also talking about more money that could go to State Fair Park and funds to help in event sponsorship. We know for a fact that these OTRs have paid city settlements elsewhere. Expedia alone has settled with over 30 cities in the past. There is no reason for Oklahoma City to leave this money on the table. In closing, again, we have been very good partners. Please don't single us out. Be fair, and if you're going to charge us, then charge everybody. I'd like to thank you sincerely for allowing me to speak to you today, and I hope that you'll take to heart what I've said. Thank each of you.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Patel.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Bhavesh Patel, and I reside at 204 Southwest 174th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73170. Thank you again for allowing me to speak before you. I am here today not only representing my hotels, but also many hoteliers around the city. Again, we have nothing but respect for this city, Mr. Freeman, Lori, and Matt in the Finance Department. Last week, Jeff and I had the opportunity to sit down and discuss the issue of concern with them. We came to find out that the fees which we speak of are such a small percentage of what is being collected by the city. We are talking about less than 0.003% of what is being collected. Their concern was that these fees are being taken out of the general fund. We gave them an easy solution to this problem. Why don't we just set it up to where we can pay these fees from our hotel fund? Again, we are talking about less than 0.003% of what is being collected by the city. I want to remind everyone that we are the only industry to have this tax of this kind in our city. Mr. Freeman made a comment a few weeks ago that he is seeing more and more credit cards being used for tax collection. Well, this should not be a surprise in a down market. In 2016, Oklahoma City saw a 5.5% decrease in hotel tax collection. Yet we continue to see more and more hotel rooms coming into the market. We continue to be optimistic that demand will catch up with supply. But the truth of the matter is that we are unsure on how the market will react when these rooms come online. At what point will we be an overbuilt market in regards to hotels? When will demand catch up with supply? We do not have the answers to these questions, yet we continue to build hotels on this blind optimism. We continue to invest millions of dollars into our hotels and provide jobs for the families in our communities. There are many rooms going up in downtown alone. Most of our properties are located outside of downtown and currently rely on overflow from the downtown market. Soon this will not be the case. Please keep in mind that the majority of hotels in Oklahoma City are franchised hotels. More and more of our reservations are coming to us through online travel agencies, or OTAs, Hotels.com, Expedia, Trivago, to name a few. We also came to find out that these OTAs are not being taxed the 5.5% on the amount that they collect from our guests. This is an extremely large amount of money being left on the table for our city. You ask how this 2.2% fee will impact our industry. I would like to share some numbers with you. 8.375% sales tax, 5.5% hotel tax, 4.5% franchise fees, 4% marketing fees, 4% fees for loyalty programs, 1.5% credit card fees, 15% commission to the OTAs, an average of $30 for operational expenses to house a guest for the night. With these numbers, if we are collecting $100 from a guest after taxes, $73.50 of that $100 is what it cost us to house that guest overnight. We are constantly under pressure from the city, state, and franchise to keep our hotels up to code. We have expenses that we incur that cannot be predicted, but we have to plan for regardless. Some examples would be an in-room AC unit needing to be replaced, a pool pump going down, the dehumidifier in our pool breaking, an in-room fridge stops cooling, a microwave stops working. I can go on, but these are all expenses that all of us hoteliers have experienced and will continue to experience. I am sure that all of us are in agreement that when we have guests coming to our city, we would like them to have a safe, comfortable stay without any issues. We are constantly having unexpected expenses, and allowing us to pay by credit card will give us the financial capability to make sure that our hotels are up to date, up to code, and that our guests do not experience an unsatisfactory stay while they visit our city. Oklahoma City is said to have a proud pro-small business reputation. Well, our industry now needs your support regarding this issue. We are already drowning in fees, expenses are high, and revenues are down. We ask that the city hold true to its reputation and vote against the fees being imposed on credit card payments. Thank you again for your time.
All right, thank you. Are there any other citizens wanting to be heard? Any comments from? Yes. This is in reference to 9AC. Is this in reference to 9AC? Okay. Well, towards the end, then is when we'll have comments. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Any comments from the council?
Just to be clear, there are other ways that they can pay to avoid this fee, correct?
The answer to that's yes.
Okay. But I understand that it's, convenient to pay for a credit card.
So what we allow for, if they pay in person, they can pay by check, or they could mail the check in also. As we've moved to the online system that they work together with us to get implemented, as we've moved to that, we've tried to get those that are paying on the online system have to pay in an electronic manner. So it's either ACH or they use some type of card. If they use ACH, there's no cost to that. There's no extra charge to the city on that.
Okay.
There's no extra charge to the hotel or to the city on that.
And go ahead. No, he makes a good point about the online sales, but that would have to be incorporated into the Main Street Fairness Act. That would have to be done at the federal level.
You mean where they're talking about the Expedia? They asked us about that, and I know it's something that we had looked into previously, and I just don't know the legal details of that. I'll have to get with our legal staff, and we'll discuss that of what the history is. I know it's a challenge in cities across the country.
We'd love to work with them on that.
Yes. Yeah, so it's a separate issue, but I think they've got a really good point there and something we probably need to take a look at again.
We don't have the authority to tax online sales of hotels.
Taxes are due whether they're booked online or not.
By Expedia and Travelocity and Orbitz and...
Yeah, and that's something I think that we need to look through with legal and go back through that again. Our position would be that they're due because they're staying in a hotel here in Oklahoma City.
How they book it is irrelevant.
But exactly how we do the transaction and how we would apply that and enforce that, I think, is another issue, because I think it could become an issue that it's an online transaction that's occurring. And so that's something that we just need to look into again. It's a very good point. We haven't looked at it in a while, and we need to do that.
Well, I think that's obviously a growing concern.
Absolutely.
That what could be one explanation why the rates are always cheaper when you do it online, is they don't pay, you don't have to pay the tax, so therefore the rate is cheaper at least by the tax each time. Another question that is raised that I think is irrelevant, and that is, it seems to me that some of the things I've heard about why we charge it on this and why we don't charge it on that are kind of a distinction without a real difference. The idea that we don't charge is on, say, green fees at the golf course. Why would we not? What's the basic difference between? I understand there's the semantics we can get in, but what's the real difference?
So Kenny's going to help me here if I'm going to get started and if I get off base, but there is a state law that was approved in 2015 that allows for charging a convenience fee if you're providing some type of convenience in the way that people are paying, and that's specific to goods and services. So there's a separate part of the law. It does not apply to taxes and taxation. So on goods and services, like your example with the green fees, but that would be on like an online sale where you're doing some type of online transaction that you're allowing for a convenience for the type of payment that you can have a fee that you charge that's called a convenience fee.
Right.
There are some issues with that. There's question one within the law whether or not it allows for it on in-person payments. There's a question whether that's allowed. We don't know that for certain. There's a lawsuit that's been filed in Norman relating to credit card surcharge fees, and at this point, the municipal counselor's office is advised, let's let that play out, see where that lands before we make a decision to move forward in other areas. Taxation, on the other hand, is not prohibited. Applying the surcharge is not prohibited on taxation. It's only on receiving goods and services. So
so the basic difference is the law allows us to do it on taxation? and doesn't allow us to do it on other way?
A tax is not a sale or a sale of a sales transaction of a sale.
So we couldn't do it on, you could pay your water bill with it, and we couldn't charge a surcharge on the water bill?
There's question as to whether we could or not, depending upon the form of payment.
You could probably, the way the statute has been changed now, you could do a convenience fee if they pay their water bill online. And there are certain elements in the statute.
But if they come in and use a credit card at the office across the street,
correct,
we couldn't charge the surcharge.
That's the question that remains in the language of the law. The way it's worded, it's not clear that an in-person payment.
I mean, some of the legislature passed is not clear?
Actually, this is clearer than most that they passed.
I'm shocked.
So there's a few things that make this different. One is that this actually isn't a tax on the hotels. The hotels are taxing their customers.
I understand.
And then it's a pass-through from the hotel.
But in a sense, I understand that. It is different, but I'm not sure it's a difference, really. And the bottom line is the money goes to run the city one way or another, whether it goes through the golf course or whether it comes to a water bill or whether it comes from a convenience fee it all goes in the same pot.
And there's another, I think, difference here is that the city, within the hotel tax ordinance, allows a 3% discount on the tax to the hotelier for collecting and remitting that tax. So they get to keep 3% of the tax they collect for the cost that they're incurring. Those who choose to pay by credit card, we're not only paying that 3%, but for those, and it's a small percentage, but for those, we're also paying about 2.4% for the credit card fee. So we're giving them 3%, not giving them, but it's a part of the agreement where they get to withhold that and retain that.
In fact, I don't think it's unfair to charge the fee. What I find a little disturbing is that we choose to charge it on one thing and we don't charge it on another. It seems to me we ought to be pressing to charge it on everything if we're going to charge it on anything. Because the difference is, I'm a lawyer and I understand the technicality part of it, that all the law's all built on technicalities, but it doesn't seem to make any real difference in the real world that we charge it on one thing and don't charge it on another. I can see not charging on a parking meter, that'd get a little hairy, but I don't see not charging on a water bill and a green fee, for example.
So you think it should be applied on those?
I know I hit right where Larry lives there in the green fee part, but and I don't play golf, so anyway, that's just my thought.
Yes, sir.
Question, and clear something up for me, if you would, Kenny. Right now, I pay my water bill, and I have it charged to a credit card, and there is no service charge associated with that transaction.
Right.
Could the city water department enact, and at our request, so that I would have to pay the same fee that we're talking about having the hoteliers pay?
Yes, I think you could do a convenience fee as authorized by the statute, and it has certain elements in it, and that would be for online payments if you're sitting at home and you're paying your water bill.
That's how I do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think you could do that. But the statute has been changed since the Norman lawsuit was filed, so based on the statutory change, as long as you stick to those elements that are in the statute, you could do a convenience fee.
So in the interest of fairness, to be totally fair, I should have to pay a convenience fee just like the motel is paying a convenience fee on their transaction.
Arguably.
Arguably.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, can I steal your argument?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, in fact, you can come back in an hour when the water trust is going to meet, and we're going to talk about it, because I'm going to be sure we do.
One difference is you don't get to keep 3% of each payment you make as for collecting the tax, for paying your reward for paying the tax.
Yeah. Well, but I'm not swayed by that argument, because there's a portion of sales tax that the retailer gets to withhold also. I mean, that's fairly.
And with sales tax, they also pay, if they use credit card to pay, they pay a fee. If they use credit cards,
there's a discount on sales tax.
There's a 1% discount on sales tax for collecting it, but if they pay the state with a credit card, they pay a fee.
Yeah.
That's currently in place.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying it's unfair to pay a fee. I'm saying it's unfair for some people to pay a fee and other people not. I understand. That's what I'm saying.
And that's what I'm saying also.
Legally, the difference is that a tax is not a sales transaction of a sale of a good or service, and sales of good or services are covered under the Consumer Credit Code. So that's the legal difference.
Right. But if we call it convenience fee, you could, okay.
Is there a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I mean, it sounds like what we want to do is we want to try and make it across the board of all the other things. So do we want to go ahead and pass this and then do those later, or do we want to put this off and do it all at the same time, or?
I defer it.
What do you think? What do you want to do, Pete?
Let's second it. I'm seconding it just for the purpose of continuing the discussion. We're not supposed to discuss it until we get a second. So I second it for that purpose.
Okay.
I'd like to wait and have it one for all for one, or nothing at all.
Okay.
How long would it take you to come back to the council? I won't show up, but how long would it take you?
We expect you to come and stand in favor of it.
But how long would it take you to come back with something that gave us a report on, say, a more equitable way of doing that?
We can take a look at this and come back maybe in a month and see if we can't come back with something that would look, because it's going to look at a lot of different areas and different bodies, like the water trust that we would have to deal with as well, if we want to try to apply credit card fees everywhere.
I think I personally would like, I won't, obviously I don't have to vote on it, but I think I would like that, because I think at least that, we've raised that. It's not that this much money is going to make or break the difference, as he pointed out. It's such a small amount in the budget, it's not going to make or break it to wait 30 days to do it.
Deferral till April 25th?
What?
A deferral till April 25th?
Can you?
Or indefinitely until we have the report?
Well, we think we can get something back to you by then.
We have to substitute the motion, though. Can I?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw my second. I move that we continue it for 4 weeks. That's what the?
Yeah, April 24th.
April 24th.
Yes, second?
Second.
The 4th. Okay.
And it is deferred 4 weeks. Thank you. The next is 9D, public hearing regarding ordinance relating to personnel retirement system, repealing section 40-136, Article 3 of Chapter 40 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code 2010 relating to Oklahoma City Firefighters Pension and Retirement Board.
Yeah, and Dick Mahoney was here last week, and this is just to bring us into compliance with state law. It eliminates the local board.
That's right. Are there any questions?
Is there anyone here in regards who want to speak to this item?
I move the item. Thank you.
Next is 9E, ordinance to be introduced, set for a public hearing April the 11th, 2017.
Yeah, it's related to the ADA, and Paul Bronson's here going to give us a quick presentation on what we're trying to accomplish with the licensing and ADA requirements for our sidewalk and right-of-way contractors.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Paul Bronson, General Services Director. I have a very brief PowerPoint presentation for you this afternoon. Let me find my mouse here. Hopefully the technology will stick with me. Okay. Eric, you want to run that for me? Thanks. Okay, just a little bit of history. Back in September 2008, the City Council adopted a resolution approving what we call the ADA Transition Plan in accordance with 28 CFR Part 35, Subpart D, which covers program accessibility. What the transition plan required was a review of several city programs, including all of our boards, trusts, and commissions, communications, downtown accessibility review, sidewalks, transportation and parking, and facility inspections, just to name a few. The ordinance that you have before you today requires basically three things. It would require our paving contractors to obtain ADA certification in order to renew their paving contractor's license and to keep in force their contractor pre-qualification. It would require our sidewalk contractors who are not pre-qualified but they are licensed to also have that ADA certification. And probably the most important piece here is it would require an employee from either the sidewalk contractor's firm or the contractor doing the work to be on site when the forms are placed and the concrete is being poured to ensure that those improvements, when inspected, comply with the ADA. There are some revisions to the general schedule of fees. It institutes a new driveway reinspection fee of $42. In all of our skilled trades, our building, our plumbing, our mechanical, all of those inspections currently, the code currently provides for a reinspection fee if the initial inspection finds that the work is non-compliant. So we've added a reinspection fee here for sidewalks. We've increased the license fee for sidewalk contractors by $15 annually from its current rate of $60 to $75. I checked the code. The $60 fee has been in place since 1985, and we have not looked at it since that time. The renewal of sidewalk contractor's license fee before it expires is the normal $75 if approved. However, we have increased the renewal for that license within 90 days of expiration. We've increased that from its current fee of $120 to $150. This fee also, the last time it was looked at was 1985. And the very last item here is a cleanup item. The city has always charged a testing fee for our sidewalk contractors, which is administered by the Field Services Division of the Public Works Department. However, it was brought to light about 1.5 years ago that even though the code provided for the $50 test fee, it was not codified in the general schedule of fees, and we were told that since it's not in the general schedule of fees that we had to stop charging the testing fee. So this is a cleanup item, and it will add it to the general schedule of fees. Here's the schedule. Of course, we're introducing it today on March 28th. We'll have a public hearing in 2 weeks on April 11th, and 2 weeks after that, we will have final hearing and adoption on April 25th. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And this motion passes. Thank you. 9F, Mr. Manager.
9F has to do with park fees. Doug Cupper is here. Could you explain that to us?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Doug Cupper, Director of Parks and Recreation. Part of this is the result of us trying to modernize our ability to collect fees and offer, ironically, online registration for our programs and things along those lines. A lot of our fees had embedded fees like the administrative fee for doing the paperwork to give a rental or a special use permit. Because of the non-ability of the electronic system to separate that out to be able to give a refund if the applicant withdraws their request, we had to separate those things out, and that's what this is doing. We also found that we were charging different rates of rental for similar facilities in different sections of the Parks and Rec organization. So we went back and re-administered those and brought all of the same size buildings, same type of buildings in line under one similar fee structure. A third item that we cleaned up was we also had multiple weather event cancellation rules. And it was hard to decipher and keep track of those. So again, we standardized the foul weather so that everybody was on the same plane, staff could deal with refunds or rebooking activities. We also recognize, ironically, that with the economy the way it is, we may be charging too much for some of our services. So we have recommended a lowering of our Family Aquatic Center fee at Earlywine. Primary reason for that was the City of Moore opened up a new Family Aquatic Center that was beating our business. They took about 3,000 of our patrons last year away from us. We figured if we lower our fee, try to bring back some of our customers back to Earlywine. It won't have that big of a repercussion on our general fund income off of these facilities, but we thought it was a good customer service thing, especially for the people that live immediately around Earlywine. All in all, most of this is just cleaning up the way we do business so that we can be more customer-friendly in offering online registration, online rentals, and things along those lines going forward. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Any questions? Can I get a motion?
Thank you.
And this item moves on. G&H and I, we have taken care of 9J, public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. Is anyone here wishing to speak on any of these items? And this passes. Item KI, public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Anyone here wishing to speak of any of these items listed? And it passes. Item 9L, public hearing regarding abandoned buildings. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any of these items? And it passes. Public hearing regarding removal of properties from abandoned building list. Is anyone here wishing to speak on any of these items? And this item passes. Item 9N.
Item 9N, 1 and 2 are companion items to the MFA item this morning regarding the radio systems.
Can I get a motion?
Yeah, we need 6 affirmative, okay. We need 7, though, to waive competitive bidding, so we may have to defer this item.
Okay, let's just hold and see what happens as we go through the meeting here, if we can have the councilman come back, so.
Okay.
So let's just put this to the heel of the docket.
Okay, we'll put this at the heel of the docket.
So go on to O.
Okay, 9O.
9O is our vision and mission statement, and Joanna McSpadden is here this morning to go over that.
Good afternoon, everybody. We've got a very brief presentation. You all have a resolution today to adopt an updated vision and mission that we've been working on for a couple of months. I want to quickly just walk through the process that we did. We had requested nominations from department heads and recruited participants for the process. We coordinated with UCO to facilitate the workshop for us. If you'll remember, we had KJ Tolis and Ethan Wavels help us with our council priority update this last fall. They helped us with this process as well. We hosted 3 workshops with the group where they did individual and group exercises in addition to some voting and ranking activities to kind of narrow in on the language that we ended up with. Also, after the final workshop we held in January, we solicited feedback through a survey. We received responses from about 65% of the participants. Using a scale of 0 to 100, we asked them to gauge their satisfaction from an individual perspective and also just if they thought that it was reflective of the group work. And we received average scores between 93 and 95, so we felt like that was a pretty good score on that. We also received positive remarks about the process and the facilitators, which was nice to hear. Next, you've got a list of the representatives from each of the departments. We had a diverse group from about 15 different departments. All levels of the organization were represented. The group includes city council members, department heads, middle managers, and frontline employees. We met this morning and took a picture on the steps of City Hall so we could kind of commemorate that work. And lastly, here we've got the vision and mission. I'm going to break a rule of presentations and read this for you real quick. Oklahoma City seeks to further progress as a vibrant, diverse, safe, unified, and welcoming committee. The mission of the City of Oklahoma City is to provide exceptional service to residents and visitors. We do this by ensuring the safety of the public, delivering quality services, and maintaining infrastructure to support the growth of the city. The final product hopefully is a vision that states an ideal image of the future and a mission that states the purpose of our organization. This new language will be integrated into our Leading for Results process and incorporated into our departmental business plans. And we're working with our public information department to develop a communication strategy to share this with the rest of employees. So I'd be happy to answer questions if you have any.
I just want to take the time out again to thank UCO, city staff. There was representation from almost every department, and also Councilman McAtee for being involved in this process. Can I get a motion? And this item passes. The next item is 9P.
9P is an agreement with the Oklahoma City Public School District 89, and this is regarding to have the administration and oversight board for their 16 bond issue. And what this does, we provided oversight for their 2001 bond issue and their 2007 bond issue through the Mass for Kids Trust, which was a Title 60 trust that actually provided that. As we go forward, we're recommending that that trust be dissolved, and we set up an advisory board that will provide the oversight on it, and it will be made up of 3 appointments from the city, 3 appointments from the school district, and 1 appointment that would be a joint appointment from the city and the school district, similar to how the school trust was set up. Although it won't be a trust, it will make recommendations on all of these to the I-89, but the projects will be administered through the city in the same method we have recently on the 07 bonds and the oversight that was done on all the gymnasiums and such that they built over the last few years. And that will be, we will charge the school district for those services, and they'll pay this back out of their bond proceeds. So it's to help them come up with both the administration process on these bonds and also to help staff through an advisory board to ensure the proper use of these bonds funds as we go forward.
So right now, Edgemere, there was an issue of that we're managing. There's $2 million for a gymnasium on an old school bond, and we're managing that. Is that
Yes.
what vehicle is that through?
That's through the existing school trust, because the school trust, that was an 07 bond issue.
Right.
And so the school trust was administering all those gymnasiums that were built for all those elementary schools.
Okay.
And so those were listed projects in the 07 bond issue, and we've been administering those projects for the school district.
Okay.
This idea is just one of the synergies that's grown out of some of the work we've done, some of the joint work we've done with the school board. I mean, it's an effort really to provide services that they don't have the expertise to do themselves. I mean, it's been a very good, successful program.
All right, I'd move the item.
Second.
And this item passes. Moving on to 9Q, resolution approving a request from the Oklahoma City Boathouse Foundation to rename the River Sports Rapid Water Building to the Aubrey McClendon Water Center at the River Sports Rapids in honor of the late Aubrey McClendon.
Again, good afternoon, Vice Mayor and City Council. Doug Cupper, Parks and Recreation. The Boathouse District and the Boathouse Foundation obviously had a very close relationship with Aubrey over all of the years that they have existed. They recommended to the River Trust, the River Redevelopment Trust, that the Whitewater Facility building only be named in honor of Aubrey, and the Water Trust voted unanimously to recommend to the City Council that this structure be named in honor of Aubrey going forward. So be happy to answer any question. We also have Mike Knopp in the audience if you have any other specific questions.
Do you want?
I was just going to move the item.
I think absolutely nothing good will come out of me talking on this topic, but we have a policy where we don't name streets after individuals to avoid certain controversies like I think this one. There's no person who's all good or all bad, and there's no denying that considerable charitable contributions were made. But also, people were hurt, people are still, there's still a wound there. There are countless individuals engaged in white-collar crime, Kenneth Lay of Enron, Bernie Madoff, who would shower their communities with charitable contributions. And part of that is to get the community so that it feels that an individual or business is indispensable, and they stop questioning the activity of that individual. And part of the charitable contributions, I think, is what got Oklahoma City in trouble in this case. And I think the real heroes are the journalists outside of Oklahoma from Reuters who came in, investigated, did things that our journalists were unwilling or unable to do, shed light on things, brought it down, got a new CEO into Chesapeake, and that saved that corporation and Oklahoma City's economically in many ways. And so you're going to get all the votes, obviously, except one, but I don't think it should be unanimous, and so I can't support it. Thanks.
We have a motion, but we need a...
Do we have a policy that we don't name things after, I mean, because we have a lot of things that are named after people.
Yes, we don't, I think, name after, I'll have to check on the policy. We've named a lot of things after...
I mean, we just named the park, Wendell Wisenhunt Park, down at Woodson, and...
Both the Park Board and the Oklahoma City River Redevelopment Trust have naming policies, and actually, if a entity or an amenity is named for a person, it has to remain that name in perpetuity. If it's Sunflower Park, it can be named Bluebird Park later on, but if it's named Wendell Wisenhunt, it can't be changed going into the future. But it is allowed to name facilities after individuals in our city, and they can be named after living people like Wendell Wisenhunt or Mike Dover Park down on South Walker.
We have a motion. We need a second. And this item passes. Next is 9R, resolution accepting the City of Oklahoma City Update Hazard Mitigation Plan 2017 authorizes the city manager to submit updated plan.
Frank's here. This is a council resolution accepting the city's updated hazardous mitigation plan 2017 and authorizing the city manager to submit the updated plan to the Oklahoma Department of Emergency Management and the Federal Emergency Management Agency for the review and comment. The plan was last updated in 2012 and is required to be updated every 5 years. The Office of Emergency Management Planning Department and the Hazardous Mitigation Planning Team worked over the last year to review, revise, and update the plan. Frank, anything you want to add?
No, sir.
Councilman, can you? Thank you. And this item passes. Next, I understand 9S.
We do not need executive session.
All right. Can I get a motion? All right. And this item passes. 9T, claims recommended for denial. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any of these items? All right. This passes. Moving on to 9U, I understand we do need executive session. Item goes into executive session. It will be brief. Mr. Manager informs us it will be brief. All right. 10A, claims for recommended for approval. Anyone here wishing to speak on any of these items? And this item passes. Items from council, and we do have one. Councilman McAtee.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I guess Dan's here to add some depth. We came up with a challenge in one of our neighborhoods with respect to non-conforming driveways. Now, that's an issue that you really are excited about. But that led to a series of meetings that involved legal, it involved the development services, it involved planning, it involved inspection, in order to try to figure out how could we balance the requirements to have a neat and beautiful city with the fact that not all our residents live in properties that can be blanketed with a particular ordinance. And the solution that was worked out was for $100, a person who was having a problem with his or her parking on the property or his or her driveways could go to the Board of Adjustment for $100, which is the fine if they were caught violating it, and get some tailored decision-making on their particular situation. Dan?
Yes, we have a lot of older areas in town, more low-income areas. They have property that was developed that either didn't have driveways or had driveways that didn't meet code, and they're subject to citation now. Most of these people don't have the resources to come in and pay to have a driveway built according to our standards. And the current fee from the Board of Adjustment is $1,200, which is, you can almost get the driveway paid for that. So this is a lower fee to allow these people to come in and get some relief from the zoning ordinance, but to then have the Board of Adjustment, whatever conditions they want on it, to establish what's an equitable, parking and driveway standards for those areas.
This seems like a good idea. How is it going to be coordinated with code enforcement for whenever something gets turned in for a certain address and they go out there and
they'll let them know that they can come down and file an application for a variance with the board, and then we'll hold off any citations until after they get heard by the board.
Yeah, but I mean, even after it's been approved by the board.
After the variance is granted?
Yes, yeah. And so
it's going to be an administrative challenge for us to do that.
Okay.
We'll get lists to our inspectors out there that these are the lists of the variances, but I'm sure that sometime we're going to write a citation to somebody with the variance. The courts will take care of it, but I'm just sure that we will, because it's another step in the process, and human error will probably happen.
I can't thank you enough, Larry, for doing this. I think this is one of the most compassionate things I've seen in a long time. I think it's incredible. I wish I had co-sponsored it with you so that we had something where we were. We had proof.
That would be a true miracle.
Can you show that? It just so happens that just as this was going, I was asking staff to plot where the tickets for yard parking were being cited. And so if you look at that heat map, this I believe is for the last 3 years. And if you see a red dot, that's just, I think that's like 50 to 100. But you can see the concentration. I'm not exactly sure what that one street is on the south. It's either South 29th or 44th, that one, where it's just so heavy on both sides of the arterial. But you can see that the bulk of these tickets are really concentrated in one area. And I think Larry has hit upon, part of the structural problem of why that is. And so these are millions of dollars worth of tickets, and socioeconomic class that can least afford it. And then we, as a body, just increase it to $100 a ticket, which for some of these families and individuals is devastating. And so I can't thank you enough for that. I've seen, I put this up last night on my Facebook page, and there's just a huge outpouring of comments. And people, many people are saying they're getting ticketed when only a portion of their car is on the grass. It's more people than could just be dismissed as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outliers. It's a constant rumbling of people that are complaining that we're being very, very aggressive, or maybe just two of the four wheels are on, a couple of inches of grass. And so I don't think this could come at a better time. I think it's incredibly compassionate, and I thank you again.
I think there's different staff members, Dan included, who worked on this. This came, many alternatives were discussed. We don't represent this as the panacea, but it's an attempt to show compassion and to get some enforcement capabilities. And so it's only being introduced today, and next meeting is the public hearing. So if you have any ideas, bring them forth, because, again, this was just an idea to try to move it forward.
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion? And this item moves on. Councilman Stonecipher, any comments? None today. Councilman Pastor Pete White. I just wanted to say that one more time.
You need to listen to those. So, I wanted a chance to say that once too. This is sayonara for me, and I just want to once again express how much I've enjoyed being a councilman and how much I enjoyed working with these people on the council and the staff. I don't think you can say enough about the city staff. I mean, the quality of people that council appointees that actually hire staff, Jim and Ken and Jim Williamson, are just beyond compare any place. I just think that so many of them, like I mentioned this morning, or was that yesterday morning I mentioned that? No, it was this morning, I guess. I mentioned Bob Teener this morning. He's just a perfect example of somebody that quietly goes about their job every day, does a good job, and the reason you don't see him is because he takes care of the problems in a way that we would all want him to. And I think he's just one example of people all over the city that do that, and it has been a unique pleasure for me and a real honor to have served on the city council, and I appreciate all of you.
Having had the opportunity to observe and be a part of 2 neighborhood meetings in the last week, let me encourage, if you're not involved with your local neighborhood organization, please do. It's amazing the synergy and the ideas and the fellowship that can be developed. My hat's off to the Windsor Forest neighborhood and to the Meridian Hills neighborhood for their meetings in the last 2 weeks. Thank you, Your Honor.
There's a meeting tonight at Edgemere, 7:30. I know, John, your ward has been just encourage everybody to go to the meetings either at Edgemere tonight or in John's ward and talk about the plan to close the schools. I don't think it's personally a good idea. I think you should spread the pain throughout the district and not just in certain neighborhoods, and get people to apply pressure to the legislature. This is a day that I have dreaded for a long time, years really, and I don't want to get in touch with the pain here. But there is a great amount of pain because I don't want to look at that seat over there and not see Pete there, and he has been an incredible mentor and friend, and it's very, very painful. But it's painful not just for me personally. You know, this is the reddest state in America, the most conservative. You know, if you're a Republican, if you're a conservative, you have every statewide office. You have all kinds of people to be excited about or talk to, but for the progressive community, there really is none of that. I mean, we are just so minimized, completely irrelevant in the legislature. And so to have someone like Pete in the ward that he's in, I mean, to be able to navigate and for so many years be able to just constantly be advocating for the disenfranchised, and to be he is a hero to the progressive community where there are so few, and to me personally. Thanks.
City manager reports.
I just want to point out we got the March sales tax check. It was a couple percent under last year. We'll get the April check next week. I'm not optimistic it's going to be really good, but according to Russell Evans, I believe we'll see some recovery happening hopefully in the May-June area.
All right. Citizens to be heard. We have George Fina.
I really love you, Pete White, to sit through all of this. I could have settled that big problem you all had earlier with one word, Piedmont. They could have lived there and not have all that, no movie theaters out there for sure. I really...
For now.
Several years ago, my youngest son came to me, and he said, Dad, you've been on the city council a long time and you're getting off, and he said, I want to run for your seat. I was there piddling with an old car like I normally do when I have time. I said, what the hell is wrong with you? Somebody must have said that to you, Pete, years ago. I'm glad you didn't take their advice. My son didn't either. I was in on Pete White's first campaign, and at the time the union split. I was the union president. We split because half of them wanted to go for one guy, and I thought Pete was the guy for us to go, and I was right. I could have said all this to you, but I don't think I could do it eye to eye. You've been a friend all that time. Never, never has your word ever been two ways. Whenever you gave me your word, it stayed that way. Whether you took hell over it or not, what the mayor said about you, you're a kind of guy, and I know what that's like, is to stand up and say no when everybody else is saying yes. It's a tough road to go. I'll tell you what, you are going to leave a seat there. It's going to take a lot of rear end to fill it. Let me tell you that right now. I thank you very much and I'm not only saying it for my membership. I've been called by some of the other retiree groups, and they said, if you're going to go say thank you to Pete, we want our names in there too. So I'm saying thank you from the firefighters, and I'm thanking for every retired person from Oklahoma City. Thank you very much.
Mr. Michael Washington. Mr. Michael Washington. Mr. Michael Washington. Next person we have is Mr. Ronnie Kirk, president of the Northeast Oklahoma City Men's Association, and Kimberly Mitchell.
Hello, I'm here with Mr. Ronnie Kirk. They suggested I be a spokesperson for them and do this research. So my name is Kimberly Renee Mitchell, and my home address is 1217 Northeast 17th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma 73111. This matter is regarding the Clara Looper corridor on Northeast 23rd, west of Northwest 23rd and Broadway, and I-235, I-35 on Northeast Santa Fe Avenue in Northeast Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It sits right underneath the BNSF Railroad, the Red Rock Division. And Mr. Kirk has had a suggestion for Black History Month, Juneteenth, also May 3rd, which is Clara Looper's birthday, to paint the corridor. on behalf of her. She was a dedicated NAACP leader, a dedicated civil rights activist, a dedicated school teacher who she retired. She actually paved the way so my mother could go get those pretty clothes at John A. Brown, and did so much for all of us. But today I have submitted some pamphlets or documents to all 8 wards and also Mayor Mick Cornett, because we want all of you all to know that I did research on this. I did contact the City of Council of Oklahoma City, and I was instructed to call ODOT. I called ODOT, and ODOT said, the city. So ODOT called me back, and they said, we can make this a group effort. And I spoke with several members of the BNSF Railroad. The corridors are right underneath the railroad passing, one here on the right side, one on the left. And just a small green paint job. It hasn't been done in several years. And it's kind of looking a little bad, you know, just coming from the northwest to the northeast side of town. I left several messages for you, Mr. Councilman Pettis. Sent several emails. I sent emails and left messages for the entire city council. And I didn't hear anything back from you. I did get feedback from Cammie Young. She is over the BNSF Railroad. She's based out of Kansas. She is the public program manager for the BNSF Railroad, state of Kansas. I spoke with Mr. Joe Sloan. He is over public affairs of the BNSF Railroad for the states of Colorado, Nevada, and New Mexico and Oklahoma. Ms. Terry Freeman, she is with the attorneys for the BNSF Railroad. I spoke with Debbie Martin, Beverly, Raymond, Amanda, TJ of ODOT, and also Rick Lowry. Rick, he is in Division 4 in Perry, Oklahoma, and a Miss Nelda of the BNSF Railroad. So I got some feedback from them, but not from the city council. So they sent me an email on the packet. I wrote you all a letter. I wrote you all a letter of the request pertaining to painting her corridor. And then I also sent an email to all of the ODOT and Division 4s, and I sent you all one as well. But this is the feedback that I got from the BNSF Railroad, because they said this could be a group effort, because it can be done. While we were requesting, and originally was just to donate the paint, and we could do it. But Terry Freeman, she sent me an application that we had to fill out. It's 3 pages that we had to fill out for insurance purposes. However, it may not be necessary if we could get someone from the city council, the Honorary Mick Cornett, if someone could contact BNSF Railroad, because they have me as Miss Michelle, but my last name is Mitchell. But it says, we have your emails and are checking with our structure staff. Cammie sent an email and wants to work on BNSF property. The requirements usually prevent nonprofits from county or state. In some cases, even state agencies prefer to have BNSF Railroad do the work rather than private citizen. I do know a couple of similar requests in other states. A mural project was run through their town. It's kind of cut off, but through their town, which requested a mural. In another community, a fresh coat of paint on the structure was requested prior to a large structure, so the county and city paid BNSF Railroad to paint the structure. Again, the liability insurance profit, so local governments were engaged by the nonprofits to work with BNSF Railroad. They say that they would check all the agreements with the local road authority, and then they would get back to me. I have his name, Joe Sloan, his telephone number. I have also included all the telephone numbers of the persons that I spoke of. The application has been submitted, and the letter that I originally wrote.
All right, in all respect to time, 3 minutes is up. I want to personally thank you for reaching out to the council. I was one of Ms. Lupa's last presidents in the youth council, so from the time I was a baby up until she died, I was right there at 1111 Northeast 43rd Street, which was her residence.
Right.
On this particular issue, this is the Curly Lupa corridor, which is under the jurisdiction of the state. But I want to get with you because it does involve the state rep and the state senator, because as noted in the information that you provided to us, it was House Bill 2714 that made that the Curly Lupa corridor, which means that that corridor for its signage, for its painting, it is in the jurisdictions of the state and not the city. But we will get with you, and we will bring in Representative Jason Lowe and Representative George Young and State Senator Anastasia Pittman, because the corridor was something that the state did and not the city. But we'll get with you to clear it up and get better communication going. But it is a state, and I'm not trying to play the blame game, but at all. Because Ms. Lupa meant everything. You know, she graduated top 5% of her class, but there was only 5%. There was only 5 people in her class. So I remember all the scenes that she had. This falls in the jurisdiction of the state. But I will work with you to work with the other elected officials so we can honor what you all are trying to do.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
My phone number is included in the letter, and you all can contact me anytime. My email, crazycat1960@yahoo.com, and I do believe also there's one, TillyFinest1 at Hotmail. You all can also correspond with me through that email address. I greatly appreciate your time and efforts. I want to say, you and I, we kind of got something just alike. I like telling it like a TI is. If it ain't right, I'm going to let you know. But if it's right, I'm going to let you know. I commend you. I saw you on the news. They're trying to close our schools. What are our children going to do? And you were right there. And you still worked all for right today. Sometimes right doesn't succeed, but that doesn't mean that it can't be accomplished. So I thank you all for the opportunity. May God bless you and keep you all.
Yeah, we go back to N.
You all have a great day.
You too.
N1 and N2.
All right. N1 and N2, we now have 7 council members here. Can I get a motion? And this item passes. We need to do 2. It was at 1 and 2.
That was 1. Now
Okay.
we need a motion on 2.
Motion for 2. Oops. And this item also passes.
We don't have a
Don't need a motion. No.
All right. Any other comments from the public? We are moving into executive session.